evening, Wahad. Welcome, you. You came to get a worldview from yours truly, the Honest Jew. Welcome to the 8th episode of the Victor News Network. This time, I haven't exactly followed the normal structure, but that's the reason why there are chapters put into the description. No, they're a mix and match. I haven't followed the no, normal structure, as I said, related to how should we start from the far west in the beginning and then go all the way to the far east. They're still, your- I assume that your purpose here is to just more listen and listen to the news articles themselves and also the commentaries. Which I assume that you consider them interesting. So that's why you will see them and you see them or hear them in a different way than you do normally. So to get this out of the way, going back to our sponsor, Matchbook Customs. If you are into Harleys and you live in the Cambridgeshire area, but they serve all of the UK, they're great people and I'm supporting them to build a community around Harleys. The start of the season event happens at the workshop in Stamford on the 23rd of March. You'll find the event page on the screen and the link into the low bar to the website and also the event page on Facebook. Suggestions regarding videos and other things that may come into your mind are accepted either via the comments to this video or via email at thehonestjew1@gmail.com, posted here on screen as you can see it, or the alternative is to go on X and find me with the handle at thehonestjew1. While I remind you, please to like and subscribe the video, share it with people that you think they may find it interesting and engaging. It means a lot to me, and especially to bridge this barrier in the beginning with having low numbers, and low numbers translate into low exposure in the infinite wisdom of YouTube's algorithm and whoever has programmed it. As usual, links and timestamps are in the description. Starting first with the insanity when it comes to the green revolution, especially those countries that have it so good, where that they simply forget that something like reality exists. Fortune. Saudi Aramco CEO says it's time to abandon the fantasy of phasing out oil because the $9.5 trillion energy transition is on a road to nowhere. The boss of the world's biggest oil producer has called the time on the energy transition, saying it's time for policymakers to focus on affordability and lowering emissions instead of phasing out oil and gas entirely. Speaking in Houston this week at the CERAWeek conference, Aramco CEO Amin H. Nasser said consumers need immediate access to affordable energy without disrupting their daily routines. But according to Nasser, who took on the top job at the oil giant in 2015, these demands are at odds with the current priorities of governments attempting to turn their nations towards greener alternatives. The current transition strategy is visibly failing on most fronts, Nasser said Monday. The first is that despite the world investing more than $9.5 trillion on energy transition over the past 2 decades, alternatives have been unable to displace hydrocarbons at scale. Today, wind and solar combined supply under 4% of world energy. Meanwhile, the total penetration of EVs is less than 3%. 3 to 4% is not nothing, but we welcome the progress in both renewables and EVs. But 3 to 4% is not everything either. On the other hand, according to the UK-based Energy Institute, fossil fuels made up 82% of the world's energy consumption in 2022. Although this proportion is down from 85% 5 years prior, global primary energy consumption is still growing, with oil consumption rising to almost 3 million barrels per day to 97.3 million barrels per day in 2022. Nasser added there is still significant demand growth potential to be explored in developing countries, where demand is between 1 and 2 barrels per person per year. This is a fraction compared to the US and the EU, which demand 22 barrels and 9 barrels respectively, Nasser pointed out. Shortfalls such as this led to the boss of the company, which has a market cap of $7.5 trillion at the time of writing, per Bloomberg, to double down. A transition strategy reset is urgently needed, and my proposal is this. We should abandon the fantasy of phasing out oil and gas and instead invest in them adequately, reflecting realistic demand assumptions. The Aramco boss, who leads a team of more than 70,000 people, also took aim at those who painted the oil industry as the arch-enemy of the energy transition, arguing the sector had a starring role in global prosperity. As well as ramping up carbon emission efforts, improving efficiency, and exporting lower carbon emissions, Nasser added, policymakers should phase in new energy sources and technologies when they are genuinely ready, economically competitive, and with the right infrastructure. The affordability issue. Hearing Nasser, a petroleum engineering graduate from the King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals in Dhahran, calling for affordability to be made a priority will be welcome news to consumers who are battling inflation, higher base rates, and unpredictable energy costs. In the UK, which has a price cap, regulators have increased energy caps by up to 80% in the past couple of years, prompting the government to step in with fiscal support to prevent a deepening of the nation's cost of living crisis. In the US, the price of crude oil has been volatile, spiking at $113.77 per barrel in June 2022, before falling to $71 by December 2023. A January report from the Labor Department cited higher energy prices remaining as a major driver of inflation, leading to price rises in December of 0.3% from November and 3.4% from 12 months earlier. The fluctuations are down to trade wars with major producer Russia over its invasion of Ukraine, as well as OPEC Plus nations voluntarily deciding to cut production levels. But Nasser, as well as pushing for efficiencies to provide affordability in his own industry, also fired a shot at other energy types and parallel products. He said, despite its significant long-term potential, hydrogen still costs in the range of $200 to $400 per barrel of oil equivalent, while oil and gas remain much cheaper. Meanwhile, without subsidies, EVs are up to 50% more expensive than average internal combustion engine car. They cannot be subsidized forever, and increasing consumer doubts about their costs and benefits is preventing mass adoption. As a result, Nasser said, consumers are waking up to a reality he claims many in the industry are accustomed to. The world has been trying to transition in fog without a compass on a road to nowhere. Consumers are demanding a transition that is affordable, reliable, and flexible, and that supports our climate ambitions. Well, from this point of view, leaving aside the fact that, it is to some extent a conflict of interest because here's the boss of the biggest oil company on the planet talking. So of course, from his perspective, he will shill for the industry that he's part of because it's also the most critical one. Looking at the arguments, well, he's not exactly wrong about this. And he's not exactly. There are no lies detected whatsoever in absolutely everything that he says. So let's just start from the very beginning. The transition to EVs. Well, that's only when it comes to personal vehicles. You can't exactly scale with the current battery technology to bigger vehicles, especially logistics ones, unless, and I understand there are a few exceptions, for example, in mining or constructions or in places where you can already have some sort of makeshift infrastructure. That has been already happening for example, in underground mines, where it would be obvious that having a vehicle that eliminates exhaust fumes, it would be a terrible idea for all the people working in there. There are already electric machinery, but that electric machinery is tied to a distribution box outside with some pretty big cables exactly for this. And in other places, just for example, in open pit mines, already operations there are geared in such a way that Besides that, you can also somehow rotate vehicles in such a way that if you were to implement an electric vehicle, well, you could leave that one to charge while somebody picks up another one, leaving aside the fact that still the major preference will still be diesel electric. But at that moment, we're talking of a scale which is incomparable. And while in very niche scenarios that may still work, you can't replace the hydrocarbons in almost anything else. When it comes to trucks, the trucks are already limited by regulations in one way or another. When it comes to the mass of the tractor head, so that will be the part of the vehicle carrying the trailer, its length, its mass, and also the mass that is carrying, and the mass that's on the rear axles and on the fifth wheel, the part to which the trailer itself is attached to. And well, in theory, and this is what even Tesla did, and there was also that company, which I don't know in what situation they are these days, Nikola. They try to make, and Tesla did succeed to make a truck, but let's look at the reality. With that truck, you will be only restricted to carrying certain high volume but low mass goods, while the vast majority of the things that are transported by truck on the road, they are not like that. Take, for example, any sort of pallet. Doesn't matter if it's construction materials, paper, say metal coils, things like that. You're not going to carry them with an electric truck. Not only because something called physics tends to disagree with you. If you're going to carry it, you're not going to carry it for too long. At best, maybe 300 miles. That's at least what Scania and Volvo succeeded with their own electric trucks. But when it comes to transporting for larger distances, well, that's already something pretty painful. And in this world where to be on time and where delays can cost not just a lot of money, but also a lot of potential lost revenue, both for the company carrying it, but also for the company that needs the products. Uh, it's obvious that such technology cannot be adopted. And to carry the point across, about what was it, 12 or 14% of the world's hydrocarbon consumption is used by ships. And the ships generally, yes, sure, there are some ships that use gas turbines, but there are also some ships that rely on good old heavy oil to function, or heavy oil in different proportions and in different combinations. But still, take for example cruise ships. Cruise ships generally tend to function on different mixes of heavy oil, and the only restriction to them is depending on where they are located in the world. If they are in open waters, they're going to use a much more energetically efficient but much more polluting heavy oil. If they are in a port, say somewhere in the Mediterranean, well, they are restricted by regulations from the EU to be using a different mix-up of bunker fuel to operate in that area, because yeah, it is pretty dirty. But you know what's even dirtier? The wars that will begin if somebody will have the smart idea in that moment to forbid ships that keep world commerce going, so that they will no longer be using those hydrocarbons, because apparently it's very polluting, and oh my God, we're killing the planet that way. Sure, do you want to go back to the Stone Age, or do you want to go back to the medieval era where where the most extent of the trade that you were going to do will be with your surrounding villages, or in the best case scenario, probably have some traveler either either walking or traversing cross country with a cart. In an instance that would have lasted days, or if you were very lucky to live next to a port, wait for several weeks to several months to have a sail ship come by, which will probably bring you some sort of more exotic goods, which you consider as being really obvious to have today. I'm pretty sure you won't, because that will be a severe drop in standard, and absolutely nobody's prepared to withstand such a thing. And to continue on, uh, these are just points that he made, and he's absolutely right. Leaving aside the conflict of interest part, of course he's going to shield for his own company and his own country and for the industry that he's part of. But he's also not wrong. Okay, you can cut emissions. No, sorry, just as I mentioned in the previous podcast, nobody ever had an issue with hybrid cars. That's an excellent way to marry both the efficiency that a sufficiently big battery pack would offer you, at the same time adding to that a range extender such as an internal combustion engine. Aside from the fact that yes, for quite some time, and they're also intended to be that way, those vehicles will never be too fast unless you have some wacky examples, just like one of the most recent Chevrolet Corvettes, which technically do have a battery bank, but they don't function like a Toyota Prius does. You can run at max at most 6 miles with the battery pack, and then the engine will just turn itself on, because it will because yeah, you don't buy a Corvette because for its fuel economy, and definitely to zoom around while it's making electric car noises once it's running on battery. You just don't do that. It's for example just like you it, buying a jackhammer in order to simply hammer a nail into the wall. It doesn't work like that. Continuing on, he made the same point that I made several times in the previous podcasts about EVs. Without subsidies, EVs will be dead. Last podcast I've discussed at length about how unadoptable hydrogen cars are. And see, and out of pure coincidence, we got a price from NASA. Hydrogen still costs in the range of $200 to $400 per barrel of oil equivalent. Well, excuse me, so that's already in the base case scenario twice as expensive as the peak price from a year and a bit ago, and at worst 4 times as expensive as an oil barrel. So even if you would take into consideration the refining costs, because you're not going to fill up your car with straight up crude oil, you would still get a price which is far below that. And not to mention, yeah, he is pointing out, but he's not exactly saying it like that, at how lunatic people can be. This just serves as an evidence that, especially in the West, we people have had it for too good. The, in Romanian, the saying sounds even nicer and even more upfront. Ți s-a urât cu binele. It will translate in a way such as, how would it be perfect? You began hating it for having it too good. Or yeah, just as I mentioned earlier, the saying in English, but ever rarely hearing it, too much of a good thing, and and especially in this scenario, even if things are not as great as they used to be, particularly because of the pandemic psychosis and the measures whose consequences we're still going to feel for quite some time from now on. Who would have thought? World economy is not something that you shut down and you turn back on like a light switch, because it doesn't function like a light switch. And me and Lucian and other people have been warning constantly, both normal people but also policymakers and politicians at various levels, that this was going to happen. And who exactly cared? Nobody cared. So now you suffer the consequences. You preferred you prefer to destroy your economy, to destroy your children's mental well-being. You've destroyed the overall whatever was left of society and social interactions for a cough. And now, well, what did you expect? Consequences were inevitable to happen. They always happen like that. If you don't understand that actions have consequences, well, might I suggest you to go back to kindergarten and you may be told, and then you may be understanding that thing from that point on. Also, he also makes a pretty good argument about wind and solar, but he doesn't went deep enough. And of course, the CERAWeek conference in Houston was not something that was live streamed in public, or at least not to my knowledge. But even there, he also makes a good point and makes sure wind and solar combined supplying 4% of world energy. Yeah, but where exactly is that? With very bare few exceptions, and those would generally be charity projects in places like Africa. There's also an argument to be made about that in the West. How much money has anybody considered how much money has been invested in wind and solar as an alternative, and how much was the actual return on that money invested? I'm I haven't checked. I haven't checked yet, but I'm pretty sure that nobody yet took that endeavor to at least stratify it on a country level. But at least we know what there is from in certain scenarios. We know the consequences of such gigantic investments. At some point back in 2018, if I remember, during the summer, the Germany's power grid nearly collapsed because of all the excess renewable energy. There's also the argument to be made, but which is also something that I discussed in one of the earlier podcasts. I'm not sure if it was episode 4 or 5, discussing about the energy grid and how it's not made up to support these fluctuations, especially having unstable electricity generation, like it happens in the case of renewables. In the case of renewables, at least with solar, things are more predictable-ish to some extent, weather dependent. But at a basic level, where solar you generate power during the day when you have sunlight, and you don't generate power during the night. With wind, it's even more unstable. You could place you could place the wind farms in a place where you have constant wind, like for example in the coastal areas in southwest UK and in the northeast. But even there, you get fluctuations in one way or another. The wind could sometimes blow hard, or it could sometimes blow slow. But if it blows hard, you also have to make modifications because uh, if one of those wind farms starts rotating too fast, it's going to torch itself because it's not made to be functioning at that speed. So even that one's. But what happens if you turn off a wind farm? If you and by turning out the wind farm, what happens is that there's an electromechanical mechanism that turns the blades in such a way that the blades will that the wind will not affect the blades. So at some point, due to inertia, at one point the windmill itself will stop turning. But still, what do you compensate with in that moment when you turn off a wind farm because the wind may be blowing too hard, or in the case when the wind doesn't blow and the wind farms will just simply not turn, what are you going to compensate it with after? It will take a while, and as much as somebody would want for the switch to be instant, it's not instant because it takes a while. Such infrastructure is a pretty complicated thing, and to coordinate it, it's not something easy either, even with the technology that we have today. So overall, you get a general idea. It's we in the West in particular, we've had it for way too good. which is why people have begun for a while to ignore the sheer reality of things, and simply to end up getting so divorced from reality that they do not understand at all the way the world functions, even at a very basic level. If you were to understand how the world functions at the very basic level, you wouldn't start shilling for idiotic things like carbon neutrality and things like that, especially when it comes to your own country. And as much as we would want to have these days mm, alternatives, well, alternatives to some extent exist, but they still take a bit of time to have them developed. Take, for example, small and medium nuclear reactors from a company like NuScale. That will still take a while to have implementation, but that's because the bureaucracy and the procedures are absolutely ginormous to a level which is unthinkable. It doesn't matter where you come from and in what industry you're working at. Because yeah, to play with nuclear is something dangerous, and sadly, accidents have happened in the past in one way or another. But even though those accidents are no longer relevant these days, because we understood in the end what exactly caused it, and right now, these days, we're talking about completely different technologies as to what was in the past, and completely different circumstances to what used to be in the past. Regulations are still there, and what can you do? And those things take years, unless somebody smart enough will have the idea, but also the vision to start trimming on the bureaucracy. It simply is what it is. But to begin believing in lunacies like how I saw recently, reverting to sail ships in 2024, and some company, fuck knows where it was from, implementing a sail ship, but of course it's not a sail ship in the classic sense. It was one which also, yes, it did have masts, but it had the sails in made from some sort of polycarbonate or carbon fiber, and it also used GPS and meteorological data in order to adjust those rigid sails to actually propel that ship forward. Well, okay, nice concept, but there's a clear reason why about 200 years ago we've transitioned from using sail ships into using motorized ships. We started with paddle steamers. We moved on from paddle steamers to pressurized boilers and cylinders to propel the shafts. Later on we went to gas turbines, and now we have a mixture of others, up to some military ships or very rare civilian ships or civilian ships with strategic interests, portable nuclear reactors. What solutions exist, but it's also a matter of those solutions having to butt heads with regulations themselves. It's also a discussion to be carried out about use case scenarios. But the way things stand right now, if you continue to advocate for carbon neutrality in your own country, when there have been several instances, doesn't matter if we talk about the the oil price, the oil price crisis in the 2000s. If you remember back then, when an oil barrel was 100 plus something per barrel up, and also from 2011 up until 2014, if I remember, when oil was also 100 plus dollars a barrel. This scenario that Nasser reminded us of in 2023, when oil was $116 per barrel. I understand that the vast majority of oil on the planet is controlled by what's essentially a cartel. Okay, but still, even these things considered, a country cannot develop without having access to cheap energy. And ever since before the Industrial Revolution, this was a pretty clear thing that everybody understood more or less. One of the reasons why humanity has developed so much during the Industrial Revolution in one way or another is because not only mechanized means of production appeared, but also because the countries that had back then the easiest access to energy sources, like for example coal, and abundant amounts of coal and easily accessible amounts of coal, those are the countries that economically and also societally progressed the furthest. Of course, there have been compromises along the way. Burning coal hasn't been quite the cleanest thing to do for the environment, for the community, and for the population's health. And everybody understood that compromise. This is a dirty technology, but we're going to do all these sorts of things in order to advance the betterment of our society. And so we make these sacrifices today in order in order for our kids and grandkids to have it better than what we did in the future at some point. And truth be told, that has happened. If you are to tell make this imagination exercise. If you are to tell a person from the Victorian era how many amenities and how many things an average person has today, and an average person doesn't have to break the bank in order to afford them, he'll think that's absolutely amazing. He wouldn't be capable to imagine how far things have progressed. But getting back to the main idea with which I started, we've had it too good, and having it too good ends up making you forget things, and especially makes you forget things could be a lot more worse. But while things may be a lot more worse in from circumstances that could be outside of our control, take for example, if something like a Carrington event would have happened, a good part of the technology that we use today, that doesn't matter if it's consumer electronics or even to some extent some infrastructure, especially comms, especially communications and relays and stuff like that, which is unshielded in 99% of the cases against events like a Carrington event, they'll simply get fried. And considering how dependent more or less everybody is on technology, that will be a catastrophic event. But at least even if it will be a catastrophe, at the very least, you would say, well, we could have predicted it, but we couldn't exactly control what's happening because that's coming from outer space, that's coming from the sun. We don't have any idea, nor we don't have any other technology to fight back against something like a Carrington event. But when you do it to yourself with idiocies like banning internal combustion engine vehicles by 2030 or 2035, or carbon neutrality by 2050, without taking into considerations the consequences of such heavy-handed measures, and it's not just consequences upon the economy of a country, but also consequences on the well-being of a population. We've already seen from circumstances that could also be considered to some extent outside the control of the average population. You look at Germany. What happened with a lot of people in Germany when natural gas exploded in price right after the war in Ukraine began? Well, in the first summer, you either had people that froze in their homes, and that was a mild winter, by the way. It wasn't a harsh winter in Germany, because if it was harsh, it would be much more catastrophic. Or some people just simply ended up getting bankrupted by their house heating bills. Same thing happened in the UK as well. One of the reasons why the cost of living crisis is like that is because simply some idiotic bureaucrat at some point had a genius idea to not only convert electricity generation in the UK into relying mostly on combined gas electricity generation, which in itself isn't a bad thing. It's definitely one of the most low carbon and also and also very quick into turning on when the necessity appears. But when it comes to pricing, some genius decided, well, why don't we just tie the price of the natural gas that we use in order to generate electricity I think either Frankfurt or Vienna. I'm not sure which one of those markets. I think the Frankfurt stock market is where the reference pricing was taken from, even though yes, that was a demand back when UK was part of the EU. But after Brexit, that should have been one of the very first things to fly out of regulations. But it didn't. And while gas in itself, if you had a house heater, if you had a house boiler, it was relatively okay. But when it came to electricity, that was absolutely fucking awful because different pricing strategies and the different pricing regulations. So you've already got a taste of how bad it is, and things were still okay. If you had money, you still had some way to heat your house. Alternatives existed, and at least at some point those things passed. Well, if you start digging around with at a much larger scale with a lot more critical industries and critical infrastructures, if you get to the point where you would do damage of such an immeasurable scale, it will be absolutely catastrophic for any population ever. And this is also one lunacy that the West can still afford to believe in. Once because uh, of bureaucrats being ideologically charged, at the same time people being ignorant. But the rest of the planet doesn't function that way. For once in such a long time, why don't we just leave aside this sheer arrogance in which we believe in? I'm not saying it's undeserved, but just like nobody else in the world, we're not perfect. How does it happen that countries like India or East Asia or countries in East Asia or countries in Central Asia understand this, and which is why their hydrocarbon and their energy sources are cheap? How does it happen that in places like Kazakhstan, just a singular uptick in the price of something like LPG uh, led to quite a significant igloo happening in the country? You look at it, you just draw some differences between what happened there for something that realistically wouldn't have represented quite an economic hit to people's wallets, and you compare with things just as they are in Europe. Prices could rise significantly in the span of a few days or of a few weeks, and nobody will start nobody in the said country will start chasing politicians, beating them up, or tying them to lampposts and flagellating them for what happened, even if it was their fault or not. Well, they're the politicians of a country. They're elected by the people, and if you're elected by the people, it comes with the territory that consequences, whether they are within or outside of your control, the people will get back at you in one way or another, because this is how the system functions. But you don't see again such reactions in the so-called civilized West, because in the civilized West we've forgotten. We've forgotten, and we continue to refuse to understand this part, that things are already bad enough the way they are. Might as well afford ourselves some development by having cheap access to the most critical thing that we require, which is energy. You can't expect to progress as an economy and as a society if you don't have access to cheap energy. And this is a simple formula, but upscaled much further. If just to think a little about this thing, in order to, for example, make forgings or other machinery required to use those small and medium nuclear reactors. Well, in order to make those, that requires energy in one way or another. Those require acid pools, those require the boilers, those require heat treatment. So you need a combination of energy sources to where you can start from in order to make those said products. Just like when steel was invented 150 or so years ago, the Bessemer process, I mean. You need abundant amounts of low carbon coal and of course the iron ore itself. But the coal was the most important part. Without that coal, the alternative, which was to use charcoal, the alternative was 10 to 20 times more expensive back then, and it's still and even now with modern processes, it still is a much more expensive energy source. Do you think that an industrial revolution would have happened in the UK or in Germany if they didn't have access to easy coal reserves, or easily accessible coal reserves? No, it wouldn't have happened. And for those who live in Romania, the same argumentation could be pointed here as well. Even we have coal reserves in the Giuli Valley, but even though we have them, they're too immature and unsuitable for industries that would use it. And if we are to use it for energy generation, since it is of a lower energy density, of course, more quantities will have to be used, more quantities will have to be extracted, and it being immature, it is also much dirtier to use it. But still, we have at least, thank God, a measure when, if situation gets too bad, we at least have thermal power plants that can burn that thing as well, uh, just in case other alternatives don't exist. But that's us in Eastern Europe. What about the rest? You have you have absolute monarchy like how Germany shut down their nuclear power plants, partly because of legit Russian propaganda and other lunacies that came down the KGB into the DDR and also seeped into the Federal Republic of Germany. And a lot of generations, including the current chancellor, was a useful idiot of the KGB, um, shilling and agitating for anti-nuclear measures. And but yeah, evidence is clear of where those things have taken the country. And so, why would exactly anybody be surprised when you cut down one of the most reliable and clean and energy dense sources of energy from your mix, like Germany did with nuclear, when at the same time cheap hydrocarbons also got cut off because of the war in Ukraine, and also because it would be a pretty terrible idea to be funding with billions of euros essentially Putin's war machine and Putin's personal fund to wage that war. You look at industrial data in Germany, and then you see some pretty significant and shocking drops in not just in productivity, but also in company bankruptcies, also in production numbers altogether. Does this really not communicate anything to the people in general? So exactly what I just said earlier. For a country, for an economy, for a society to advance, you need cheap energy resources. How do you think, for example, China ended up where it is right now? They wouldn't have gotten even close to this level if they didn't have access to cheap energy. How does it happen that India, so let's just say a country which wasn't led from by top to down dictatorship like China, how uh, India would not have been able to develop without access to cheap energy. how does Africa pull itself out of poverty little by little, country by country, by having access to cheap energy. They're sure they also their demand is not great, but can you imagine how full things would have been in any of the aforementioned countries if energy prices would have been even half of the ones that are in Europe. Let's not even talk about how atrocious the situation would be if energy prices would be at the same level as the European average. Those countries would have rather ceased to exist. They would have simply fallen into a Boogaloo scenario similar to Haiti because it would simply be intolerable. There would be absolutely no way to develop. Mm. Now, I hope that somebody understands a few things about this and why it's not only dangerous, but yeah, getting back to this idea, mm, uh, such stupidity from people that unironically believe, and even worse, if they agitate for any sort of carbon neutrality or any interdiction of something consuming fossil fuels, is no. I personally no longer consider them stupid. I consider them willfully ignorant and willfully malintended. Doesn't matter how they get the information, how they reach that conclusion. If you are that dense, or if you are that short-sighted to believe that said alternative is actually viable, then you're a lunatic, and preferably you should actually check yourself to a psychiatrist because you've fallen way too far from any sense of normality if you are to unironically believe and advocate and shill for such damaging measures. Moving on now to an article related to cashless society. Initially, this article I picked it up from a Romanian website because the initial offer, which is the French newspaper Le Figaro, uh, they really insist on paying the money for this article, and I I didn't find any other way to find it, and so I pulled the Romanian version of the article and taken it from Google Translate. So you will see some translation issues because I really didn't have time to look and rewrite it in order to sound properly. So Marius Tuca slash Le Figaro. The French do not want to give up cash. 83% of the French prefer banknotes, an increase of 4% compared to last year. Contrary to appearances, bank cards and smartphone payments have not replaced cash, which keeps a social place in the daily life of the French. Proof of the latest IFOP survey carried out from the Monnaie de Paris revealed on Tuesday, the 19th of March, writes Le Figaro. The generalization of bank cards, the growth of contactless transactions, cash seemed destined to disappear from everyday life. Defying all predictions, cash payments still endure. The French remain attached to cash, as evidenced by the latest IFOP survey conducted for the Monnaie de Paris, revealed on the 19th of March on Tuesday. According to the results of this survey carried out in September 2023, 83% of the French remain attached to coins and banknotes, 4 points more than last year. Even more surprising, 74% of over 18s make cash transactions every day, compared to just 68% who used them daily last year. Monetary institutions say nothing else. Cash remains, in 2022, one of the most used means of payment in volume at the points of sale in France, assured the European Central Bank in its latest annual study. The figures from the Banque de France speak for themselves. In 2022, 1 in 2 payments was still made in cash in France. Withdrawals are also increasing by around 5% between the first half of 2022 and the first half of 2023, according to GIE Carte Bancaire. It is difficult to assess the share of cash in real transactions because of the anonymity specific to cash, explains Christophe Baudrier, Director of Fiduciary Activities at the Banque de France. But we can measure it indirectly through opinion polls, the tickets we issue, and ATM withdrawals. And if the manager does not mention a cash crunch, he states that the speeches predicting its disappearance are indeed excessive. Over the medium to long term, cash is falling, but inflation supports the use of cash, he says. Inflation, the friend of cash. Inflation automatically increases the amount of cash withdrawals, which must be larger to keep up with rising prices. But beyond this logical consequence, the inflationary period restores the French taste for cash. The material, tangible nature of banknotes and coins can reassure those on a tight budget, believes Christophe Baudrier. Cash payments are returning in supermarket checkouts, driven by the stuffing phenomenon. It consists of withdrawing cash from the bank at the beginning of the month to view your budget and distribute it in envelopes for each type of expenditure, the objective being to avoid any budget overruns, explains the director. A 34-year-old secretary, Linda, got used to this method to manage her budget better. We adopted the envelope system to save money. Since then, I actually managed to put a little away. Using her credit card, the 30-year-old was unable to make such efforts for her expenses. Having a bank card makes you feel like a casino player. You are very quickly attracted to purchase, she signs. Is cash a guarantee for the budget? What is certain is that financially fragile, sometimes over-indebted households use cash much more than the average population, notes Christophe Baudrier. Not to mention the still significant share of French who do not own a credit card, 3.3 million in 2020, or even a bank account, 500,000 in 2017. Cash also remains essential, especially during the end-of-year holidays, whether for New Year's gifts or the traditional envelopes we give to loved ones. I hate being taken by surprise during the New Year, so I always have money at home, says Odile, a pensioner. Credit card, not always welcome among merchants. Cash is also needed when shopping, especially at small merchants. I'm a grocer and cash payments are far from over, as they want us to believe, assures Bertrand, the owner of a small shop near Nevers. However, it allows its customers to pay contactless from €1 purchase and from €10 with the code. For people, cash is still one of the last things that rhymes with freedom away from banks, he comments. Merchants also like to stay away from fees imposed by banking establishments. That will be the interchange fees set by card networks, network fees, bank margin, etc., to which this must be added the rental and subscription of the payment terminal. Merchants have the right to refuse card payments, recalls Christophe Baudrier. Instead, businesses are prohibited from refusing cash, a practice that is becoming much more widespread. Establishments that are reluctant to carry tickets can at most ask customers to make a deposit. Coins and notes, a weapon of freedom against banks. The argument also applies to savings, because cash is mainly used to save much more than to pay. It is estimated that only 2 out of 10 banknotes issued in the euro area are used to pay, says the director of the Banque de France. Another 4 circulate around the world, especially in countries where there is no trust in the banking system or the national currency, and the last 2 are saved in the eurozone. In France, only 15% of tickets, that would be banknotes, could be used for transactional purposes. This means that the under-the-mattress savings are working at full capacity. Cash money, dirty money? However, there is never a complete consensus on cash. France maintains, on the whole, a very cautious approach to banknotes, believes Christophe Baudrier. France is also one of the few countries that limits cash payments to €1,000. In the rest of the world, this ceiling is higher, other countries have none at all. It's a different cultural approach. Cash evokes the underground economy, illicit flows, dirty money, but without being able to accurately measure its extent. The Bank of France estimates that 5% of the banknotes in circulation could be part of the underground economy. But scammers 2.0 are now more familiar with crypto assets than with suitcases of cash. One of the biggest threats to cash remains the decline of automated teller machines. If, in its latest study, Banque de France estimates that 98% of over 15s have an ATM less than 15 minutes from their residence, the situation could change quickly. The situation remains adequate, but the deficit is more pronounced in certain rural areas, comments the director of the Banque of France. ATMs are expensive for banks, supply costs, maintenance, entry and exit of cash carriers. To reduce the bill, BNP Paribas, SG, and Crédit Mutuel Alliance Fédérale agreed on a project to put shared ATMs. Only 7,000 withdrawal points should remain until 2025, compared to 15,000 ATMs today, Is that a final hit for cash? This article is correct when it comes to the way that bank that cards themselves are used. Doesn't matter if it's about credit cards or debit cards. From a psychological point of view, this is an observation that everybody could be able to make. You can't just do as a test for a month or 3 months. Instead of using directly the money from your bank account, from your, say for example, from your Czech bank account to which you have a debit card tied to, how much money you would spend in a month using completely just your bank card, and how much money would you be using if you were to take out all the money for I assume from your salary or whatever means of income you have, and manage it physically, split the costs, make a write about it, and other things like that. You will suddenly just discover that not only you will most likely be using much less money, unless you're one of those people just like me who actually has quite a clear control of expenses and whether you use cash or whether you use card, there is no difference. But here we talk about the majority. You will not only most likely consume less money overall, but at the same time you'll also be much more conscious where your money does go, and that has been since ever one of the inherent advantages of having physical cash. On the other side, this point about anonymity is also very important. It should be nobody's concern. In these days, considering how much information is circulating between the banks where you have a bank account and also other state institutions, it's very important for an individual to have privacy when it comes to their monetary dealings. They, a bank shouldn't have to know where exactly do you spend your money, how do you spend your money, how much of the money do you spend. And one of the great examples as to why this anonymity is also not important, but it could also make a significant difference in a moment where the state could turn against you. You look at what happened with the Freedom Convoy in Canada. It didn't take too long for the state to start freezing the bank accounts of almost everybody who protested against the lockdown measures, and the battle is still going on today. But that's just a clear evidence as to how important and how critical that anonymity is in the moment when the state can't get to you through these repressive measures. And make no mistake, every state is capable of that. You just don't know when it may happen. That can make the difference in not just in your own life, but also in the life of people depending on you. To simply for example, not end up starving because the government froze your bank account for one reason or another. Doesn't matter what it is, even if it is legitimate, even if it is not. But by the time you will get away from, and if you get when you will get that decision overturned, particularly you have to go through the judicial system, and the judicial system functions in the way it does, regardless which country we're talking about. It still takes a while, and if you don't have any cash reserves whatsoever, especially if you are one of those people that don't have any cash, period, that's already something pretty dangerous, because you would inevitably start to be loaning money from people who actually have cash, or from people who can actually withdraw cash from you because you are incapable with your bank accounts being frozen and inaccessible until you will get some sort of decision in your favor. So that's a very critical and very important point of view, which needs to be kept in mind by anybody. It's either that, or if you really want to prefer to still be using electronic money, well, at least there's also the part where we can simply have it, but in another bank where you know that the city that you are into will not have access to it. If you are, if to use the same example mentioned earlier, if you have if you live in Canada and the Canadians decide to freeze your bank accounts, well, they can freeze your bank accounts within the jurisdiction, which is Canadian banks or credit unions. They can't, for example, freeze your bank accounts from the US because that's a completely different jurisdiction. And most likely, even though they will probably try to send them a strongly worded letter, that American bank can simply wipe their ass with the paper that the Canadian authorities sent them, because they have absolutely no obligation to respect whatever the Canadians say about you without having sufficient, even in the best case scenario, having a completely justified reasoning. Or even if they have a justified reasoning, they might as well just not respect it, because from their perspective, they will be losing a client if they were to do that. Plus, not to mention all the PR damage such a measure would entail. When it comes to credit cards, that from my perspective is also a good thing. Credit cards are just orders of magnitude even worse. If this article says that cash is the driver of inflation, well, excuse me, but if we are to look at the real data, but also try to use a little bit of each individual's logic, it's not just that, but who exactly is which exactly more like is a bigger driver of inflation. If you look in the case of the US, where people use credit facilities in a way that's absolutely unthinkable by anybody else on the planet, do you really think that if you are to pay for something like a gum from a shop, if you're going to pay anywhere between 15 to 30% interest on that gum purchase, do you really think that's not driving the inflation? The money to pay that interest has to come from somewhere. And while yes, the cash in itself, because of all the operations required in order to move it and to carry to the ATMs, to fill up those ATMs with cash, and also all the other logistic infrastructure behind it would drive, it still pales in comparison compared to inflation generated through electronic payment means, especially credit cards. You don't need a doctorate in economics to understand this thing, that the interest that you have to pay for whatever purchases you make on a credit card. And even if you don't make any purchase on a credit cards aren't free. You pay a monthly, you pay a sum of money per month to have that credit card. Even if you would make absolutely no payment with it whatsoever, you still pay for it, and that money has to come from somewhere. And when that money has to come from somewhere for something that you're not using, and for something that doesn't recirculate back into the economy, inevitably you get to the part where even that one generates inflation, but to a much larger extent than simple cash usage. And this idiotic propaganda with resorting to a cashless society for whatever reasons, especially making these equally idiotic arguments, like the dirty money and the money that circulates within criminal context. Well, that's already in that has been happening, yes, but that's also something inevitable. From a fundamental point of view, you can't stop the an entire country or an entire continent to stop using cash, or to severely restrict the usage of cash just because criminal elements are using it in order to actually gain some money from their activities, or to also use the said money to fund their criminal enterprises. That has been happening since forever. It's you're restricting cash, or you forbidding cash altogether, is that it's not going to change it. In- the other alternatives will always be found. Look, for example, This article only mentioned in a single point this thing, crypto. Well, you want one a very good example of crypto that's used by criminal enterprises all over the planet and also hostile state actors? Monero. The vast majority of Monero is actually held by North Korea, and whatever isn't owned and used directly by North Korea is also used by South American cartels in order to circulate their earnings, but also to hide the transactions of their drug sales into much richer markets, but to also reinvest their earnings into their criminal enterprises. Alternatives have existed since forever, and that's also why so many currencies exist. Well, for example, if the EU would decide tomorrow that we're going to forbid all euros or any other sort of national currency, assuming that they could do that. But let's just make this exercise of imagination. If the EU would decide tomorrow that from this moment on there will be no more cash transactions accepted altogether. Doesn't matter if it's €1 or 10 cents. Doesn't matter if it's the euro or a national currency of a country within the European Union. What do you think that was going to happen? Well, the people would resort to use another type of cash. I'll be willing to bet 100% that said cash that will be used will be the US dollar. When in such instances, or when suddenly, for whatever reason, whether it is by policy or whether it is by simple mismanagement of physical capital reserves, people just don't end up having any cash reserves. They will inevitably resort to use a currency to which they have access to. And there are so many to choose from, but the most logical choice, and here I will bring the example of Zimbabwe. One of the reasons why Zimbabwe, as backwards as a country and as a failed state as it is, manages surprisingly to have a lot more measures in electronic payments, is simply because the state in itself was incompetent enough for so many years not only to mismanage what used to be the Zimbabwean dollar into oblivion. Remember the memes with you are a trillionaire in dollars, in Zimbabwe dollars, because you have one single bill of 100 trillion Zimbabwe dollars. But in order to buy something like a loaf of bread, you would have probably needed several bills like that of that denomination. Or if you wanted to buy something more expensive, you would actually start to invest into a wheelbarrow because you needed a wheelbarrow's worth of cash in order to buy something which doesn't exactly which shouldn't have exactly costed so much, but because of absolute gigantic inflation, it costs a fuck ton of money. A better historical example would be Weimar Germany and their own situation with hyperinflation. Do you really think that the Germans during the Weimar Republic still used the Deutschmarks? No, they haven't. They resorted to using absolutely anything else they could get their hands on, which still had some value compared to their own currency back then, which ended up in denominations such as 100 billion marks. And to buy a loaf of bread, you needed several stacks of those 100 billion Deutschmark notes. They started using either British pounds or francs from France, or use Dutch guldens for their everyday transactions. Just as the Zimbabweans, when they finally got fed up with either not having access to cash altogether because the state was so incompetent, they couldn't exactly distribute the cash, and whatever cash people had was losing value at an astonishing rate. They just simply got fed up and started using the US dollar. Solutions always exist. So resorting to repressive measures like these will not only damage your position as a politician or as a political bloc, even if we talk at the level of the EU, but you're also fighting against human nature itself, and that's exactly what particularly during the pandemic psychosis happened. Do you remember all the absolutely idiotic arguments that well, we should stop using cash because because on cash the kufu would be spreading. So that's why due to hygiene reasons we suggest using cards in order to make payments. What? How did you get to that? The cash has been something which has been unhygienic for since ever since paper money has existed. And even to this day, it doesn't matter if we still talk about banknotes, which are still paper to some extent, such as the US dollar, or whether you're part or whether you're a country that has transitioned to using polymer notes. It has always been unhygienic. It's something that hasn't changed. It's something that you cannot change, and it's something that it's impossible to control. But the sheer lunacy of using that justification that, well, you should stop using cash because you can transmit a cough. So that's why I use a card. Well, those people fooled you with that idiotic argument, and shame on you, particularly if you ever fell for that, and if you started using the card more because apparently the the cough would spread through cash. At the same time, if you discovered any places which use this argument unironically in order to forbid cash payments, if you live in a country where you don't have specific laws forbidding the refusal of cash, if you haven't done something yourself, which could be something as little as berating that merchant for refusing cash payments because cash payments are still legal tender of a country, and even if, say, for example, in the UK there is absolutely no law whatsoever which regulates that a merchant is obligated to take cash, or if it's obligated to take card, or if it's obligated to take both. On the opposite end of the spectrum, you have Romania, which starting in 2020, either in 2023 or at some point, the they not only obligate you to accept cash, but they also began obligating you to also offer the option to pay by card, which in itself is. But let's discuss about this part with how much does it cost for a merchant to be to be offering you as a customer the alternative to pay with a bank card. Starting from the very beginning, you have to buy the set terminal itself. That terminal itself costs anywhere between 700 to 1,500 euros. But even if you were to buy it, that doesn't mean that you own it. You have to pay a monthly fee in order to keep that one active because it still uses a GSM network, and a special GSM network, not like the ones which we use our mobile phones. While it is, yes, the same frequency, it runs on different channels because you're still dealing with financial transactions, which are distributed wirelessly. You'll be catastrophic for them to be intercepted. You would have a lot of security related issues if those were to be intercepted. So in order to have those special protocols and to have at least the least bit of security related to them, and that costs money. So now you paid for the terminal, now you pay for a monthly fee. But it doesn't even stop there. Since also the operations, meaning the payments that each person does, and later, moving on from that, also the other internal banking operations related to that said payment. So the money that ends up in that terminal when a person pays, the process to which that transaction gets sent to the bank, the bank recognizing the transaction itself and running it several checks to see that it's legit. Then once they realize it's legit, and and the process of transferring the money from the payer's bank account to your merchant bank account, even that one costs. I'm not exactly sure because this depends. This is country dependent and this is also bank dependent. But one good example that I can give, which I remember right now, is that in Romania, every merchant that uses an ING terminal has to pay 10% per each transaction as a fee. It doesn't matter if that transaction it would be something worth 50 euro cents or a euro or 100 euros. They have to pay 10% of that one. And of course, um, while some countries which have sufficiently high bank fees, or when and the circumstance when the merchant also has sufficient common sense to try to cut down on some costs and also on the usage of such bank cards. Take for example Belgium. Well, in Belgium, at least back until it's up until 2020. Mm, you wouldn't have been capable of going to a small shop and go pay with a bank card something that would cost €2 or €3 because the merchant decided that okay, I'll give you the option to pay by card, but because of the bank fees, you, and any minimum purchase would cost you would have to be at least €5 or at least €7 or at least €10. Doesn't matter, something like that. Depend. The merchant knows best how to approach this situation. You also have other instances when resorting to accepting cards will be absolutely onerous towards your own business. Take for example Greek merchants. Greek merchants not only because they're Greeks and of course tax evasion is something that has existed since Greece began in one way or another. But also due to the economic situation Greece has found itself in, mm, as early as 2018, good luck finding any place that would accept you paying with a card. And this arrogance with expecting to pay by card is also something which is completely unnatural because it shouldn't be expected. Just like the old adage goes, money has no smell, but money has a feel, and that's pretty simple. Well, if you want to travel to a place where paying with a card will be not only impossible but also highly discouraged by the merchants and the society of that country, how difficult would it be to leave to leave your place or leave your country already with the cash? Even worse when there are already sufficient instances. Take for example, if you when you leave a British airport, and especially a British airport, which tends to have a lot of connections towards Europe, there are plenty of ATMs where you can put inside a British card from with a British bank account which has British pounds in it, and you can withdraw outright euros. Why do you think currency exchanges exist? For exactly the same reason. It's not just for people that come from overseas to try to convert the money that they that they come with. Doesn't matter if we talk about Israelis coming from Israel and they go to Ukraine or Romania. Well, in Ukraine and Romania, you need hryvnias or you need lei, but and you can't use your shekels there. So you go to a currency exchange. The same thing applies the other way around. If you are to fly from the UK into Israel, well, in Israel you're gonna know that you can't do much with the British pound because it's a currency that's not accepted there. So you would do good to either go to your bank or to go to a currency exchange or might as well do this transaction with a friend that you may know that may have Israeli shekels and convert them like that. And so it's just as how it's the prerogative of every country to whether to accept or not accept some foreign currencies, and if they are to accept, in what conditions. The same principle also applies to whether they accept card payments or not, especially if there's nothing obligating them to do such a thing. And even if it would be a law obligating them, they could also be free to choose what's the minimum transaction threshold, so they don't end up losing money on the said transaction if a person ends up paying with a card. It's not science fiction, it's normal. That's about it. Moving on to another translated article, but this time it's translated from Polish, and there's no way that I could have started to correct that one, but it's still really important. It's tied to the not just the situation in Ukraine, but the security situation overall. Polsat News. We need to get ready. General Rajmund Andrzejczak on the threat of war. We need to prepare. This is what General Rajmund Andrzejczak said about the threat of war. The former chief of the General Staff of the Polish Army said in Guest of Events that we have 2 or 3 years to prepare. The general also pointed to the difficult situation in Kiev. The Ukrainians are losing this war, he noted. On the one hand, we should reassure and explain, first of all, but on the other hand, there is a lot to do. We need to get ready. Andrzejczak replied when asked if we are going to have a war. Much depends on us whether it will be in 2, 3, or 5 years. Our mission is to avert the threat. There is still time for this, but there is a lot of work, he added. Bogdan Rymanowski cited German intelligence data showing that after 2026, Russia may attack one of the NATO countries and asked whether we have 2 or 3 years to prepare. I think so, the general said. Andrzejczak also pointed out that the provisions of the Polish defense strategy are mostly out of date. The general also commented on the presidential elections in Russia. Now, many things will be easier for Putin, such as another wave of mobilization. This does not bode well for either Ukraine or Poland, Andrzejczak noted. Ukraine's problems, dramatic situation. Very, very dramatic. This is how the general described the situation on the front in Ukraine. There are no miracles in war. The replacement of the commander-in-chief could not change the strategic situation. General Syrski has the same dilemmas as General Zaluzhny. It turned out that he had to withdraw the troops and tidy up the front line. All the problems that Zaluzhny had remain, Andrzejczak pointed out. He mentioned deficiencies in assembling troops, challenges related to mobilization and equipment supplies. Andrzejczak also emphasized the importance of the losses already incurred. They are missing over 10 million people. I estimate that the losses should be counted in millions, not hundreds of thousands. There are no resources in this country, there is no one to fight, he added. Limanowski also asked about reports according to which Ukraine will run out of anti-aircraft missiles by the end of March. This means more effective strikes, more victims, more elements of the state's infrastructure destroyed. The Ukrainians are losing this war, he pointed out. Problems with ammunition production. The journalist also asked about the distribution of funds under the EU ammunition production program. Poland received 2 million euros from the pool of 500 million euros. It's not really about the millions and potential rounds of ammunition. The point is that the problem won't go away. We must completely change the strategy of ammunition production in the country, otherwise we will not win against time. We need to produce more ammunition, faster, in diversified plants, and this requires difficult political decisions and hard work, says Andrzejczak. Currently, we have plants located closer to the eastern border. There, we need to expand our capabilities. It doesn't sound good, and if we wanted to use the biblical comparison of someone who is without sin throwing a stone, I don't think anyone would bend. I go back, in memory, editor, 15 years ago when it comes to the Polish arms industry, there were no revolutionary changes there, emphasized Andrzejczak. I am in favor in building new plants. In Silesia, Lower Silesia, in the Lubuskie voivodeship, and for them to be not only Polish but also American plants, to produce 120mm ammunition for tanks or 155mm ammunition for artillery for Polish and Baltic countries, for Poles and the Baltic countries, its units in Europe, he added. Should Poland have nuclear weapons? Limanowski has asked whether Poland should be among the countries that have nuclear weapons. In my opinion, absolutely yes. This will place us in a completely different league, said Andrzejczak. The journalist asked that having nuclear warheads would deter the Russians. I think they would be afraid, said Rajmund Andrzejczak. Now, to stem a bit the alarmism, when the general refers to the missing 10 million people, he's not referring to the number of casualties. The number of casualties, at least from what other institutes that glow in the dark, but also institutes tied or think tanks tied to external defense agencies, they realized for quite a while that well, the Ukrainians, if they are underreporting, they're underreporting with a very slim margin. But he referred mostly to the fact that 10 million people are in one way or another out of the population metric outside of Ukraine. When it comes to the Ukrainians losing the war, it's true that the front situation isn't going exactly great. And one of the reasons is exactly the fact that the supplies from the outside are lagging. And those are just the official supplies, where unofficially things are trying to be done as much as possible, especially from the immediate neighbors of Ukraine, and by that I mean Poland and Romania. It still is not enough because it's impossible to explain to an average civilian, so to speak, how much munitions are actually used in a war, especially in a war like this one, especially in a war against Russia. Mm, If you possess the sufficient patience and the autism required to look into such data, you just have to look at the logistical reports of the previous wars. And there also recognize the differences. Okay, well, if we are to take into consideration the biggest deployment that has happened in recent history, so that would be, for example, the Operation Desert Storm, so the invasion of Iraq in 1990. Well, the US fly the 27,000 sorties so that would mean 27,000 flights of cargo planes of varying sizes and also used hundreds of thousands of tons equivalent of TNT of all sorts of bombs, shells, and ammunition in order to go head to head against a country that was considered at that time to be the fourth largest military in the world, and also one of the most well guarded uh, airspaces when it came to air defense. So, and when you look at the geography, well, the Iraq is quite a big country, but it's not a country the size of Ukraine, and and at the same time, the front is also on a much larger scale. And it's true that to some extent there are problems when it comes to mobilization, but there are also problems of logistical nature. And as the old saying goes, great generals win wars through logistics. That's also something that it is indeed pressing, and but realistically, unless better information will be coming, but that wouldn't be exactly the brightest idea. No, we should just have to take at face value what the Ukrainians are saying is that they're running out of ammunition. As we still don't have any information what are these publicly, and I don't have any other information either from non-public sources. What's the situation, for example, with those F-16 planes? Because from a doctrine, but also from a strategy point of view, those were also a missing critical asset from the doctrine which the Ukrainians have been taught over the years to employ, which is pretty much the NATO doctrine. But in NATO, yes, it bears relevance in saying that when it comes to sheer air force, we would all there will be some reliance on what each nation has, but the vast majority would be coming from the Americans or from the British when it came to Air Force. Whether we talk about offensive capabilities or whether we talk about air defense suppression or whether we talk about just the sheer capacity of logistics. While planes are definitely advanced, just taking into consideration with the largest military cargo plane with the what was it, the C-17 Galaxy used by the US, that one has only a payload of what is it, about 90 to 100 tons. That isn't exactly much when we consider simply how much tonnage how much tonnage of machinery, how much tonnage of ammunition is used. Well, just to begin with, ammunition isn't something that's exactly light. The one single 155 millimeter shell weighs by itself 43 kilos. One Abrams tank weighs 60 tons, and you won't be only carrying just an Abrams tank and a few pallets of ammunition. You will also be carrying other things that the war would require: medical supplies, food, mechanical parts, machinery, other auxiliaries. People at the same time are also a very important thing, which is why from my experience I have the greatest respect for combat engineers. And particularly when it comes to the war in Ukraine, one of the reasons why in the past summer's offensive, even though it didn't go as great as people have expected, and people had, especially civilians, had quite the naive expectation that it would have been something like piercing the Siegfried line from World War II. No, that was a very difficult ordeal. And as I said, one of the reasons why I have the greatest respect for combat engineers is that when you're faced with having physical barriers, and those physical barriers never just come by themselves, you also have behind them a lot of other defensive assets, and those physical barriers, just like for example those concrete blocks, the so-called dragon's teeth. The reason why they are there is it's not like the tanks cannot go over them, but if the tanks go over them, they expose a pretty thin part of their armor, which will be either the lower front plate or the belly of the tank itself to rocket fire, and the rockets the Russians use are potent enough to pierce through that, which is why and this is something that you can even see in combat engineer operations in Gaza right now from the IDF side. No, that's why there are so many bulldozers that operate in that area, simply because you have to change the environment in such a way that it would advantage your operations. Well, but to stick with this example of having kilometers and kilometers of dragon's teeth, whose purpose is not just to slow down, but to also make your own mechanized units vulnerable. Well, what exactly does happen? What's exactly the best way to approach such an instance? Well, what you do is you send brigades of combat engineers with bulldozers in order to pretty much move the earth in order to create platforms over those dragon's teeth in such a way that other more useful and more offensive assets, such as tanks, for example, to traverse that area in a significantly safer way than normally it would be possible if they just simply ran over the dragon's teeth. And even running over is sometimes not a good idea, because you can simply have the tank get snagged into the chains that are attached to those dragon's teeth. That's also another thing that is not exactly clearly obvious if you look at the pictures. But under those dragon's teeth, the dragon's teeth is not just at the surface level. It also goes several centimeters in the ground, and each dragon's teeth on a certain line is tied either with cables or chains. So if you were to run over one of them, you start dragging the rest of the dragon's teeth along with whatever vehicle you're running them over with, and that puts you in a very dangerous situation, especially in an environment such as open plain, which uh, which is the operational environment in which both the Russians but also the Ukrainians find themselves in on the southern front. Moving on to other things that he mentioned. Yes, with General Syrski and General Zaluzhny. While it is true that, and if we are to remember, the change in leadership was quite controversial, and to some extent, it's uh, it's also a significant difference of the preferred doctrine employed. As much as we know about these two generals, General Zaluzhny is a general that has been so-called taught the ways of NATO operations, while General Syrski hasn't been like that. General Syrski at some point, if I remember correctly, did at one point slip and said that his preference would have been the Soviet doctrine, and he said that because he didn't have the opportunity or the chance or whatever you may call it to end up getting taught the NATO doctrine. And since he comes from a formerly Soviet country, that's the tactic and strategy he was taught. Now, now I don't know, and most likely a lot of people don't know what other things changed in the meantime with the war. Considering from the information that we get right now, and since the change in leadership has already happened for quite a while, we don't see the we don't see that many differences. Meaning it's a sign that that General Siski didn't exactly resort to the Soviet doctrine of sending waves of people. Most likely because even if he was taught that way, he realized at some point down the road that that's not the way, and it's just that it's not the way. But he quickly real he definitely knew from the very beginning that that you cannot exactly go head to head against an enemy such as Russia using essentially the tactics that they use on you, because because it will be a simple math exercise which will yield the answer that it will be disastrous. It will be disastrous because you don't have the population, you don't have the means, you don't have the machinery, you don't have the expendability aspect of war assets that the Russians do. So you can't exactly fight fire with fire in this circumstance. But uh, while General Zaluzhny did do quite a lot of good things, it's something similar to businesses, and here referring especially to sales. While they do have some people that are good at convincing, so the first stages of nailing a sale. You also have people that are for one reason or another really good at closing, and that was the rationale, at least to the extent that I got information regarding this change in leadership. General Siski tends to be one of the people that you would consider a closer, one which would be capable of putting more things into motion, using already the groundwork that was laid by Zaluzhny. At the same time, there's also this bias that has to be taken into consideration. I don't possess enough information about this the General Andrzejczak, in order to give a concrete opinion. but we also have to look from the context that he not only talks about, but also the context that Poland finds itself in. Poland is going through great efforts to rearm the country because yeah, the danger is definitely there, and as Poland has quite a historical memory, and here I don't even have to give you a history lesson. It hasn't been a century since last time Poland ceased to exist, thanks to a certain mustached man from which uh, which came from the west, and another mustached man whose name may rhyme with steel that came from the east, and broke up Poland into two. And not only these two broke up Poland, but for some sheer coincidences, well, Poland ended up on the Eastern Mustache Man's side forcefully once that war was over. You see the context in which Poland finds itself in, and the Polish are not the sort of people to forget such things easily, even if threats from the east, no, threats from the west may not appear, and that's also why at the NATO level and at the Pentagon level, Poland is considered to be the most trustworthy ally out of everybody, with the exception of the UK within Europe. But referring specifically to continental Europe, it's also this aspect that Poland doesn't exactly trust as much the countries within continental Europe, even countries which have a common history and that for the sad reasons employed. Say for example, if everybody found itself under the boot of the Soviet Union in one way or another. So not just Poland, but also Bulgaria, but also Hungary, also Romania, also the Baltic countries, and you get the point that I'm trying to make. But there's one thing to have a common history, but also another thing to discuss the reliability aspect. While clinches between the Romanians and the Poles have existed in the past, and while common ground is definitely something that's more of a thing right now, both because of NATO, but also the Free Seas Initiative. Poland wields a lot of political power in its own sphere of influence, especially when it comes to Baltic countries and to some extent Scandinavian countries. The Romanians at the same time also wield their own geopolitical power in the Balkans area, it being the richest country, uh, both nominally as a GDP, but also when it comes to purchasing power, but also considering other metrics compared to Balkan countries, whether said Balkan countries are part of the EU or not. And also Romania benefits from a lot of other significant backup, like the most recent one, since this is something that was discussed, but it's a bit too niche for this podcast. The current president of Romania is went well, it started his candidacy going against Mark Rutte for Jens Stoltenberg's place as being chief in NATO. And it's a debate right now whether he has a real chance at winning the spot. So simply because there is a lot of animosity, especially within Eastern Europe, related to Mark Rutte, which a lot of people know the way he managed the politics in his own country. There's a reason why his moniker is Teflon Rutte. The guy really slipped through a lot of cracks in order to hold on to power. But also the current guy, Jens Stoltenberg, also doesn't have the most stellar resume when it comes to his own political dealings. One of the simple ones is that he was still part of the Socialist Party in Norway. Yeah, in Norway. And when he was also, I think, prime minister, had a really high position when Anders Breivik started playing the Machine Gun Symphony on the Utoya Island back in, when was it, 2010 or 2011, something like that. So it's also Jens Stoltenberg's mismanagement of politics was absolutely catastrophic. And so the discussion appeared in the last few weeks that it's about time for those who do the security heavy lifting in Europe to also have their own leader. And when it comes to Mr. Johannes's candidacy for the chair at NATO, already the Turks agreed with it, the Polish agreed with it, and even the Hungarians agreed with it. The Baltics, if they haven't agreed, they will do it shortly soon, because there have been way too many Scandinavians and way too many Western Europeans who don't exactly have a place in, especially that far up in NATO. So from this aspect, at least some things are are being done. The cohesion is growing bit by bit, day by day. But even if, regardless of how the situation is going into Ukraine, this entire situation is always looked at, and this situation is taken from the perspective of what if actually something does happen with the Ukrainians, and what if they actually collapse? What if they actually collapse? Well, if they collapse, whether it is partially or completely, it will still be something. It will still be something awful for countries which immediately border. Which immediately border Ukraine, and who would immediately border the enemy from the east. Poland already does this to some extent. They're bordering Belarus, which is why they invested a lot in reinforcing that border, and also dispatching a lot of troops who are there in a quasi-permanent manner close to the border with Belarus, because you never know what will happen at some point. Nobody expected, or actually very few people expected, that on the 22nd of February 2022, the Russians would actually start and roll out the tanks across the border in Ukraine. There's a famous video from that security camera at some border checkpoint manned by the military in eastern Ukraine, where the guard post officer where was it, in the early morning? What was it, 4 or 5 p. 4 or 5 a.m. Came out of his guard post, went to look next to the gate, try to see what exactly was going on, and then when he saw military vehicles, he picked the radio. He reported that, and he started gunning for it. So he started running as far as possible because he knew what was going to happen. That's how things like these generally tend to happen. They're not exactly properly announced, and using the historical wisdom that Eastern Europe has gathered, not just during the days of the interbellum period, but also during the days of World War II, and particularly what happened after World War II, when everybody found themselves on the wrong side of the Iron Curtain. They don't want to take these risks anymore. It is also something that I mentioned in the commentary of the Tucker Putin interview, especially when Putin started rambling on about the expansion of NATO. The Eastern European countries didn't join NATO because NATO somehow managed to grease the gears with money or something like that. Especially because NATO for the main military and for the main country, which is the United States, is still a net loss. So they wouldn't be interested in adding more net loss on top of that. It wasn't back then, and it still definitely isn't right now. But to continue on with this point, the countries chose voluntarily to join NATO because even if Russia was severely weakened both economically and also geopolitically after the collapse of the Soviet Union and the breakup of the USSR itself, the rationale behind joining NATO has always been, what if Russia rises again? What the hell are we going to do then? Because we definitely don't have the capability to hold up against them. Particularly not in the circumstance every Eastern European country found itself into right after the collapse of the Berlin Wall, or right after the revolutions that happened in one way or another in every country, whether it was peaceful, whether it was bloody, or whether it was just a so-called was relatively peaceful transfer of power. You know, these sort of questions have rightfully so have always been posed. What happened? But what if at some point Russia ends up to rise again, and the Russians at the same time being sort of people that do not forget and also who do not give up on absurd demands. See the interview as well. That's what I'm talking about really well. There's all there's always that risk. So that's why these things are happening the way they are. That's why and this guy General Andrzejczak is pretty right when he's talking about the requirement of doing of making a lot of uncomfortable political decisions. And he's right about this because absolutely no politician wants to make such decisions to essentially prepare a country to a war. Not because in itself it's a very expensive process. It's even more expensive, particularly in the case of Poland when they upped significantly their expense into defense as part of GDP. But it's also something that is in the current context of Western societies seen as unfavorable. It's not seen as a waste of money, but it's seen as unfavorable because yeah, that money has to come from somewhere. And when we talk about significant sums of money, like it is a military in the military context, again, um, making shells, building ammunition factories, building tank factories, and building absolutely everything that has to do with the military is not something really cheap. It has been something really expensive. It's something really expensive, and that's why that's why, for example, the large standing armies have always been something really rare up until the point when countries ended up industrializing. Take, for example, the knights from the medieval era. Well, the knights from the medieval era, it wasn't the king that gave them money in order to buy their own armor. No, they had to get the money themselves to manufacture that armor and to get that horse that they would use. So, and who didn't have money will automatically be treated as a lower rank. Take, for example, the English yeomen, the longbowmen. Even though they've been a critical asset on the battlefield, they were still looked as below the knights, for example. Well, not only because the knights also had, yes, family connections in one way or another because of their titles and their lordships and stuff like that, but also simply because they also had other financial resources to fight in a war than a normal English commoner would have. The English commoner could have afforded only a sword and some chainmail optionally. Uh, that was okay. Well, but if an English commoner would have afforded only to have a bow and a few arrows, well, yeah, you're contributing, but in their eyes, not as much. So when it comes to the way modern wars are fought and the sheer amount of investment that has to be undertaken in order to properly equip a standing army and especially to properly equip a sufficiently big standing army with everything an average soldier requires up to the level of what other things a soldier may require, and then the equation gets even more and more and more expensive the further up you go. Air Force being, for example, one of the most expensive endeavors from a fiscal point of view when it comes to organizing a military. Planes cost a lot, fuel costs a lot, maintenance costs a lot, pilots cost a lot. They cost a lot, and by orders of magnitude more than even the most highly advanced mechanized force. But you still need those because those give you a few critical advantages that if you didn't have them, just look at what happens in Ukraine right now. Do you really want to be put into that situation? Especially when there may be instances when you can't exactly rely on your allies. That's a mental framework in which the Polish people, especially the Polish military apparatus, but also the Polish people to some extent are thinking at in when it comes to this situation. And you can't exactly blame them. They've gotten burned so many times in the past. They've learned and they know. And if you can rely on your nearby allies, that's good. But also but as usual, the best thing that you can do is the one that you do with your own hands, and I can't blame them for doing that. Moving on now. Reuters. US to finalize revised EV mileage rating rule in win for automakers, sources say. The US Energy Department, so that'll be the DOE, on Tuesday will unveil final results that will significantly soften its proposal that would have slashed electric vehicles' mileage ratings to meet government fuel economy requirements in 2027, sources said. The decision, first reported by Reuters, is a win for the Detroit Free Automakers and the United Auto Workers Union that raised the alarm that the proposal could have resulted in US automakers facing $10.5 billion in fines throughout 2032 for not meeting fuel economy requirements. In April 2023, DOE proposed rules revising its petroleum equivalent fuel economy rating that would have lowered the compliance value of electric vehicles by 72% in 2027. The final rule will gradually reduce the petroleum equivalent EV fuel economy rating through 2030 and by 65% in total, giving automakers more time to adjust, the sources said. Automakers cited administration estimates that under the 2023 proposals, General Motors would face the $6.5 billion in fines, followed by Chrysler parent Stellantis with $3 billion and Ford with $1 billion throughout that year. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is set to propose all final revised CAFE rules this spring. Sources said the Biden administration has considered concerns from automakers and the UAW in creating the final rule. Two environmental groups had urged the revision of the EV mileage ratings, arguing excessively high imputed fuel economy values for EVs mean that a relatively number of EVs will mathematically guarantee compliance without meaningful improvements in the real-world average fuel economy of automakers' overall fleets. The miles per gallon equivalent ratings have not been updated in more than 2 decades and are determined using values for national electricity, petroleum generation and distribution efficiency, and driving patterns. Separately, the EPA is set on Wednesday to unveil revised vehicle greenhouse gas emissions requirements that will ease proposed yearly requirements throughout 2030 as part of its sweeping plan to aggressively cut tailpipe emissions and ramp up the electric vehicle sales, sources said. Under the initial EPA proposal covering 2027 to 2032, automakers were expected to aim for EVs to constitute 60% of their new vehicle production by 2030 and 67% by 2032 to meet stricter emission requirements. Automakers are expected to will be able by producing significantly fewer EVs in 2030 under the final rules. The Alliance for Automotive Innovation, representing nearly all major automakers except Tesla, had urged EPA to finalize rules, resulting in a closer to 50% EV sales target by 2030. The final rule softens the pace of improvements and then sharply ramps up stringency requirements throughout 2032, sources added. The final greenhouse gas vehicle rules are also expected to be a boost for plug-in hybrid vehicles. An automaker could have more than a third of vehicles it produces in 2032 be plug-in hybrids under one potential compliance path, one of the sources said. The EPA is also expected to scale back its proposal to reduce particulate matter from gas-powered vehicles, which the industry has argued would effectively require particulate filters on all gas-powered vehicles. Automakers objected to the EPA plan to largely eliminate the use of enrichment, a strategy to boost performance and prevent engine damage from hot exhaust gases, which they say would bar them from using some engines. The EPA is expected to sharply curtail or drop its plan to prohibit enrichment, sources said. So, for starters, to provide an explanation as to what this strategy of enrichment is, one of the techniques used by car manufacturers, especially car manufacturers that don't use either turbocharged or supercharged engines, is that in instances when, for example, you floor the car, the ECU is programmed in such a way that if you were to absolutely floor the gas pedal, and meaning that the engine will, yes, start to move faster and faster. So that will mean more and more fuel is used because the cylinders move faster, and so the spark and the combustion and the ignition move faster in order to make it move faster with the car altogether. But one of the problems in that instance is that, of course, the engine will get much hotter, and particularly things that are not cooled, such as the exhaust manifolds, will get much hotter as a result. And in those things considerably hurt the lifespan of the engine. So this strategy of enrichment, what exactly is in terms of automotive engineering, is that in those instances when you floor it and you accelerate, or when you require extra power, what does the ECU do is that it does something called ignition retarding. So the ignition timing will get quite lower, while at the same time the fuel injectors, doesn't matter if they are port or direct, they will they will inject the fuel, but the purpose of that fuel, the extra fuel that is injected, is to simply basically cool the inside of the cylinder in instances of in this instance of a high power requirement, which takes some temperature away from it, because otherwise, if it wouldn't have been, you would get to the point where the cylinder gets hot, the combustion chamber gets hot, the exhaust manifolds get hot, and if you do this sufficient times, or if you are doing sustained operations requiring power, such as towing, you will realize at some point that whatever lifespan the engine had, it will be significantly smaller, and it will start having all sorts of reliability related issues and a lot of reliability related repairs that you have to do. That's also how you get instances such as block cracking, or cylinder head cracking, or exhaust manifold cracking in itself. So this is the strategy that the EPA wants to apparently eliminate, because some engines which the US manufacturers used, and the US manufacturers not being exactly fans of using forced induction. And the reason why I said that forced induction is not something, engines with forced induction do not have this technique of enrichment, is because with those engines running at nominally lower compressions, but when it comes to air volume much higher, if you were to do this enrichment with a engine that is using forced induction, you would get to the level where you may be perfectly capable of actually destroying your engine altogether, which is something that nobody likes to. If something breaks in an engine that uses forced induction, repairs could be running into thousands of dollars, and it's an expensive repair, so to speak. So, but overall, this is sheer lunacy. Speaking strictly about what strategies the EPA tries to employ again into hampering more and more the capabilities of the automotive manufacturer using, well, not exactly using arbitrary means, but severely misguided, and to also implement these arbitrary thresholds with having higher and higher EV sales targets. It's as if, and this has been discussed in this podcast as well. I've mentioned it several times, and I provided sufficient articles and sufficient commentaries as to how, well, for most reasons, the EV market in itself has plateaued. The technology in itself is inefficient. Almost everybody who wanted to buy an EV kind of got it, which is why the the market right now is experiencing a plateau, which and the downturn into the market is looking awfully similar. When it comes to the nominal value of the EVs, it's dropping at an astonishing rate. I'll refer you to the perfect example. Look at the rental company Hertz that sold off as soon as they could about 20,000 Teslas because the residual value of the Teslas would have ended up being almost nothing. It definitely did not follow the accounting standards of depreciation, so they would have ended up making a loss. And when it comes to rental companies whose value relies a lot on their inventory, which is the cars that they give you, the people, to rent, that's something that can have significant impacts on the net value of the company, but also significant impacts on the shareholders' return. And if there's one thing that shareholders of any company on the planet hate, is to not get paid, and for their own net worth to lose money through measures like these. But you could say that the current generation EVs haven't existed for sufficiently long for them to actually realize that this might have been a possibility. Although, if you were to ask me if they were to be talking to a person who actually knew some fundamentals and who actually had even the least bit of knowledge, would have actually had quite an educated guess as to how this would thing end up happening. The only good thing about this is that there is some positive reinforcement of plug-in hybrids or hybrids altogether. Mm. But this is something that that companies themselves reach the conclusion that this is the way to go. It's not to it's neither to bank 100% on internal combustion engine cars, but also not bank 100% on EVs for various reasons on both sides of the argument. So the best compromise has been and still is to have hybrid cars. Doesn't matter if they're plug-in or not. This is really irrelevant. It should always be optional. This feature with having a plug-in. If you live in an environment or if you live in a place where you would not be capable for whatever reason to not plug your car overnight so that you can charge that battery that could last you, well, it doesn't matter, 40, 50, 60 miles, whatever. The fundamental functionality behind the system is still that the internal combustion engine itself acts both as a range extender, but also as a power multiplier, so that in instances when you need extra power, whether you want to go faster or whether you are towing something, you could always turn on. This has been already a thing that has existed since the Toyota Prius has become for sale. It's definitely nothing new under the sun. But again, the methodology of forcing the automakers is something that leaves a lot to be desired, with placing these completely arbitrary measures, such as initially making their sales targets to be, what was it, 67% electric vehicles by 2032. Are you actually fucking insane? That thing will definitely not just happen. I just mentioned a while ago that the EV market has plateaued. Whoever wanted an EV got it, and but there are actually other people who use EVs and are discarding them because they realize that it's something that's not for them. Especially for people, and quite a lot of people care for this aspect, which is the resale value of the car. And when you have and especially in highly indebted individuals, countries like the US, where people change their cars every few years, this aspect with the resale value of the car matters quite a lot. Everybody knows to some extent that the value that a car being a depreciating asset will lose value over time. Doesn't matter if you're a company that's owning it and you can actually write off to some extent the depreciation of your vehicles, or whether you are an individual, it depreciates. Doesn't it depreciates, and that's the reality of it. There are very few cars on the planet which actually do not depreciate in value, and those cars are almost always uh, not for consumption for the larger public. They're generally collectibles or historic cars or other things like that, or they've been built in such a low number. Huh, getting back to my point earlier, not for the consumption of the larger public, but those represent a completely different side of the market. But talking here about the vast majority of the people that use a car as a mode of transport, but not as a collectible asset or some museum showpiece, it is a depreciating asset, and it depreciates in the moment from the second you drive off the dealership lot. But yeah, you could discuss about how much or how little one car or one type of car or one or the other depreciates. It depreciates nonetheless. That's it. So, so when people got scared shitless seeing how the resale value of their car absolutely nosedive, meaning that if even then the resale value of the car is one thing, but the actual sum of money they will sell the car properly. That's also another thing which is not taken into consideration in statistics when you look at these. And when it comes to the EVs, the problems are pretty clear. And it's not just the inherent value of the car nosediving, but also the real resale value of the car. So that will be the final transaction of you selling the car to somebody else. It will also be almost always much lower than the nominal resale price of it, simply because of its fundamental flaws. Those battery cells in the battery bank at some point degrade and when those degrade, you no longer have the same you no longer have the same range as you used to do back when it was new. And from that moment on, the batteries will just degrade, and to replace the battery bank is something which isn't cheap either. Take a very good example with a Tesla. If you are to take a Tesla Model 3, which would be right now 7 years old, it will have, depending on the driving style, about uh, probably 70% of its range, because the lithium cells degrade over time, but also degrade faster if you are the guy who keeps on flooring it and abusing the car. But I just say for the sake of this discussion that it's that the battery lifespan will be at about well, the battery range will be at about 70%. Well, while in itself the car value, say from $50,000 depreciated in 7 years to being about $20,000, there'll be quite a few people, especially in a car-centric environment like North America, which may not exactly prefer to be constrained by this range limitation, which is yeah, take whatever maximum range the car used to have when it was brand new, and then deduct 30% out of it. So not only you'll find people who wouldn't be as enticed to buy your own car because of this thing, because of their needs just as well. But at the same time, there's also this aspect. The batteries will degrade just more and more as time goes on. And if you want to keep using the car, you have absolutely no choice in that moment but to change the battery bank altogether. And to change a battery bank, you have to go to Tesla and you have to dump some tens of thousands of dollars in order to change it. And that will not exactly inherently raise the value of a car. You may probably raise it a bit, but definitely way below the money that you are going to spend if you are to change the battery bank with one that contains brand new cells, and you can go back to having the the 100% range as it was brand new. Not to mention that other things that can degrade, even if mechanically an electric car is much simpler than and has much less moving parts than an internal combustion engine car. There are still things that can bring it. There are still things that get worn down over time in a car. Doesn't matter if we talk about anti-roll bars, suspension elements, bushings, the motor itself sometimes, and things like that. Mm. So essentially, what the EPA and the DOE is doing in the US is essentially something that the EU has already done several years before. This strategy with enrichment has already been taken off uh, from from the vast majority of the car manufacturers in the EU, which is why this is one thing that you will not see as a so-called feature in the functionality of a car, and that's also why with the ever stringent and ever increasing uh, emissions regulations, the car manufacturers in the EU are essentially in a race against the oblivion when it comes to doing emissions control. Why do you think that Volkswagen and other companies cheated in one way or another on their emissions regulations? It's because it's because the people that they employ as automotive engineers who design these cars and these engines, they realize from the very start that to comply with the regulations it's absolutely impossible. But at least from time to time, this message does get transmitted to the higher ups, and the higher ups being the sort of people that they are, they also have their own input in the upper echelons of politics to point out this aspect that okay, you have asked us to do this, but we cannot do this. Here is why. But at the same time, we also need to make money, and we also need to keep some people employed, some people fed. We also need we also need to keep some factories functioning, because if we don't, that means there's going to be mass layoffs, and then you're going to have issues with those people in that moment. So certain areas will completely die from an economic point of view. What can we do? And in that instance, many years before the scandal, the boy state workers just didn't care. And but at the same time, mm, but at the same time, all the automotive manufacturers themselves didn't also want to lose on a significant chunk of their market, and a significant chunk of their manufacturing, and also not want to lose on the people that they've invested. They've invested the time and resources and training in order to have them working at a certain standard in order to manufacture what the market requires. So that's how that cheat system ended up appearing in one way or another. And I still remember the absolute shitstorm that used to happen, that used to be with Dieselgate. And I remember I was one of the very few people that argued for Volkswagen in that moment, simply because I understood the absurdity behind all the regulations, and I didn't exactly blame them for cheating, even though they got absolutely shafted from all sides for what they did. But this also speaks of another different thing. When you, as a private company, start getting more and more in bed with the state, you can't you can't exactly ask for sympathy in instances when you take the poisoned money from the state, like it happened in the case of the big three manufacturers in the U.S. Remember back in the great financial crisis when they essentially got bailed out by the government. You kind of you should have seen way before this and and take into consideration that if you access the poison money that the state gives you, the state it being the institution that essentially saved you from not having a business altogether, and I mean the day after, they will impose demands at some point, and then you can see here pretty easily this thing happening exactly. While it's true that even there were also some instances when the state imposed demands, even though they weren't exactly as tied to when the manufacturers weren't exactly as tied to the state as they were in the recent history. But the fundamental aspect still stands, and when you start mismanaging your business to the level where you go back to the state in order for it to bail you out for for what to some extent happens to be your fuck up. Well, why exactly are you surprised that these things are happening? You would have a completely different type of leverage in in situations like these. You could simply say, take for example, and I'm pretty sure that Ford will do this before because Ford was the only company which had an emergency fund and didn't resort to government bailouts in 2008, 2009. I'm pretty sure that Ford will fight back in any way, shape, or form against these regulations. The Ford has a lot of issues, but when it comes from this fundamental point of view, they didn't exactly, at least from what I remember, they didn't exactly take money from the state in order to save their own business, and they'll definitely fight tooth and nail because even they realize that these targets are completely unrealistic. How exactly do you expect uh, to sell from from an entire range of vehicles that you make? Because it doesn't, well, at least this article doesn't mention here. Okay, it says cars, so that will mean everything under a pickup, because pickups are not considered technically cars in the US. They're considered light commercial vehicles. But they are capable to be driven by people who do not own something called a CDL, which is similar to what's a Category C license in Europe and in other places. So not a heavy vehicle, something that does not exceed 3.5 tons and 8 people or 9 people, something like that. So, so as a result, looking at what example just as what I've said in the previous podcast. So you have a bunch of bureaucrats who absolutely don't know shit about themselves, let alone about the things that they're trying to regulate, and they just do regulation for the sake of regulation in order to find themselves busy and in order to justify their existence and their employment. But this ends up they're damaging a lot of other sectors and a lot of other people without them even taking in consideration that they've been told and they've been ordered, we need this by that, and find a way to get there. And when you have such sort of orders sent from the top to the bottom, well, you wouldn't exactly prefer to lose your job because you went against what has been what exactly the one above you told you. So you just simply start doing, even though you may have sufficient gray matter to realize that holy shit, this is going to be a bad idea. But how exactly am I going to try to explain these people? Because it's probably me or a few against an army of these other ideologically charged or absolutely brain absent morons. and you get to this. But let's even say, if by some absurd measure, all automakers would be selling 50% of their yearly production as EVs by 2030. So that'll mean 6 years from now on. Where exactly will all that charging infrastructure come from in order to charge these vehicles? Sure, investments are being done, but nowhere to the level. And even if investments in charging points exist, the grid isn't gonna keep up. The grid is barely keeping up as it is right now. And but you need to do other adjacent upgrades, which aren't being done. So this is essentially a pipe dream. You can't have these expectations of raising the sales to this level without making sure all the other things behind this function properly right now, not in the future. In the future, it would be good to at least to at least make some contingency upgrades. What in the sort of upgrades that you take in consideration? What if in the case of this that is going to happen, or that is going if that is going to happen, we should prevent it. But things are not nowhere where they should be in order to reach these targets right now. But at the same time, but at the same time, the automakers shouldn't be the ones who would be up to making it because they're automotive manufacturers. They're not electricity grid or infrastructure management companies. So they may be selling it. They may get to that level at some point in one way or another. Okay, even if they don't get there at some, they will just suck it up and they just pay whatever fine they have to pay to the government because of that. In parallel, they will fight through lobbyist lawsuits and other things like that, trying to outline the absurdity of these entire regulations. Already, the EPA lost on emissions at the last SCOTUS session. What was it? Was it EPA against the state of Georgia, or I think, or well, it was some Midwestern state when the EPA decided out of the blue to regulate how much pollution should a coal power plant emit, and ended up fining that state into oblivion because they didn't comply with the regulations. And the SCOTUS was on the side of the state, saying that well, it's not exactly the prerogative of the EPA to start implementing regulations at the state level when it comes to pollution. So who knows what's going to come out of this, but it's not looking good either. Well, but we already have this to some extent. How do you think that the EU plans to phase out internal combustion engine cars by, what was it, 2032 or 2035, by shoving down everybody's throats the EVs? And you get into the really curious situation when older cars, even though they're not as technologically efficient, and they definitely do not have the reliability of cars that were, example, built in some cars built in the 1990s. Well, they either start no longer depreciating, or they actually start appreciating in value. And that's a really funny phenomenon to observe, because because when you forcefully shove down everybody's throats, either hybrids or EVs, or especially EVs, which have completely different driving characteristics and a completely different way of functioning, and another completely different way of maintaining it, and also here I'm also referring to the fact that you have to charge it, and charging doesn't take 2, 3, 4 minutes as much as it takes to fill up a petrol tank. It takes several tens of minutes, if not several hours, depending on what charger you use and how big your battery is. And that's something and rightfully so. Not a lot of people have a lot of time for that. How do you exactly expect a truck to function like that? You say even if a truck would be capable of going something like 1,000 miles. I mean, but they won't go 1,000 miles. But here I'm just making a point for the sake of the argument. How much do you think that, how many tens of hours do you think that it will take to charge a truck like that to run in the next day for another 1,000 miles? And where exactly does it have to stop in order to make those charges? And what sort of charger do you need in order to charge a truck like that in a reasonable amount of time, so you don't screw over the driver of the truck and the company who uses the truck in order to get the load they've been contracted to take it on time to wherever is needed. Or let's not even talk about whether that charging infrastructure will exist at that point. Moving on now to the UK and on the tranny question. Sky News. Children to no longer be prescribed puberty blockers, NHS England confirms. The decision comes after an interview review of services for children under 18 and a sharp rise in referrals to the Gender Identity Development Service run by the Tavistock and Portman NHS Foundation Trust, which is closing at the end of March. Children will no longer be prescribed puberty blockers at gender identity clinics, NHS England has confirmed. Puberty blockers, which cause the physical changes in puberty such as breast development or facial hair, will now only be available to children as part of clinical research trials. The government said it welcomed the landmark decision, adding it would help ensure care is based on evidence and is in the best interest of the child. It follows a public consultation on the issue and an interim policy, and comes after NHS England commissioned an independent review of gender identity services for children under 18 in 2020. The review followed a sharp rise in referrals to the Gender Identity Development Service, a specialized service for young people who experience difficulties in development of their gender identity, which is closing at the end of March following repeated scrutiny. Run by the Tavistock and Portman and NHS Foundation Trust, GIDS had 5,000 more referrals in 2021 and 2022 compared to just under 250 a decade earlier. Dr. Hilary Cass, who led the review, published an interim report in February 2022 saying there was a need to move away from one unit and recommended regional options be available to better support children. She also said that there was a lack of long-term evidence on what happens to young people prescribed blockers, adding that GIDS had not gathered the routine and consistent data, meaning it was not possible to accurately track the outcomes and pathways that children and young people take through the service. After the Gender Identity Development Service closes, 2 new NHS services will open in early April, situated in Great Ormond Street Hospital in London and Alder Hey Children's Hospital in Liverpool. The NHS said children attending these clinics will be supported by experts in neurodiversity, pediatrics and mental health, resulting in a holistic approach to care. Around 5,000 children and young people are currently on the waiting list for referral into the new clinics, with 250 patients expected to be transferred to them when they are open. Currently, there are fewer than 100 children on puberty blockers who will continue their treatment at Leeds and University College London Hospital. Puberty blockers can be used to delay the development of physical characteristics which can make someone look male or female, allowing transgender young people to explore their gender identity and way of medically transitioning. Taking them early in puberty may mean less treatment for surgery in the future. However, critics have raised concerns over issues including consent, mental health risk, and bone density development. Health Minister Maria Caulfield said, "We have always been clear that children's safety and well-being is paramount, so we welcome this landmark decision by the NHS. Ending the routine prescription of puberty blockers will help ensure that care is based on evidence, expert clinical opinion, and is in the best interest of the child." The consultation on the future of such services received more than 4,000 responses. Around a quarter were from the members of the public, while 22% were from patients, 21% from parents, 10% from trans adults, and 5% from clinicians. John Stewart, NHS England's National Director of Specialised Commissioning, said the responses were polarised in line with the debate around puberty blockers. Mr. Stewart said, "Many people said the policy didn't go far enough in terms of still allowing potential access to puberty blockers for research, and others saying clearly they disagree fundamentally and that these should be routinely available to everyone who believes they need it." Transgender youth charity Mermaids described the announcement as deeply disappointing and accused the NHS of failing trans youth. A spokesperson added, those currently prescribed puberty blockers won't see any changes to their treatment, and this is a pause on prescribing, not a ban. It's also important to note that puberty blockers can be just one possible part of a young person's gender journey. However, this news still comes as a blow that will deeply affect our communities. Former Prime Minister Liz Truss welcomed NHS England's decision ahead of her Health and Equality Act's amendment bill, which is up for its second reading on Friday. The bill includes a ban on the prescription of body-altering hormones to children questioning their sex, both privately and on the NHS. The most commonly used puberty blockers suppress the production of hormones, including testosterone and estrogen. NHS England hopes to have a study into their use in place by December, with the eligibility criteria yet to be decided. On this topic, with what sort of puberty blockers are prescribed to children, and why this entire discussion is even more odious than it is portrayed to be, look into example, search for yourselves the name Lupron. Lupron is what would be considered today a puberty blocker, but it's a suppressant that has existed for it's a hormonal suppressant that has existed for quite a few decades. Several decades ago, back when being a pidar was still considered a crime, Lupron was specifically prescribed to fruitcakes and male fruitcakes in particular, in order to chemically castrate them. And the said chemical castration generally tended to lead to suicide over the course of a few years, and a lot of other more messed up mental health issues. One good example of a person that was prescribed by the court to take Lupron, and later on ended up dying due to all the other subsequent mental health issues that he had, was Alan Turing. Alan Turing was on these types of medicine which were specifically for chemical castration, and it's absolutely astonishing looking from a historical lens how exactly the chemical castration medicine ended up being gender affirming care several decades later with this insanity in the way. To some extent, it's a good thing that that the main center got shut down. From another point of view, it's not exactly great that it got decentralized. So instead from one big institution in a single place, now you have two of them. And most likely one of the reasons why it got shut down and why the responsibility got transferred to other NHS trusts is not because of the scrutiny in itself and the criticism or the keen to it, but it's also because of lawsuits. Lawsuits which are still currently underway. I haven't yet heard about any conclusive result as to what happened with the plaintiffs. But several years ago, there were quite a few kids that at some point ended up being adults that sued sued hospitals and doctors for being prescribed puberty blockers under the fact that they were most likely not given enough mental health care, and these doctors and these health institutions more or less shoved this thing with gender affirming care down their throats, leading to a lot of messed up issues of a physical and of a mental nature. And even in this article, you can see the way this entire thing is portrayed is absolutely odious. So to explore their gender, that's why we're giving children such medicine. Can you even hear yourselves? Why don't you take, for example, this sort of medicine, and then tell us how amazing it is that you can explore some other type of gender. You definitely won't, because you're not stupid. This would be the same thing that I would advise. I would advise any psychiatrist that may be watching me or may watch me in the future. if you are so adamant to prescribe or to have certain strong opinions about what sort of their diagnostics you give, why don't you just simply try to take by yourself uh, either one type of the pills that you're prescribing to your patients. Let's not even talk about the combination of pills, just see how it feels on your own skin, and then you tell me if that's actually a great idea later on to do it. But well, assuming that you're actually mentally sane, which as a statistical proportion doesn't tend to happen when it comes to psychiatrists. So that's where I refer to saying of a certain person. The only difference between a mentally insane patient and a mentally insane doctor is the fact that the doctor has the prescription book in his hand. So here is where we are, and yeah, but of course the ideologically charged ones, being the trans activists and the transgender youth charities, read grifters, will of course start bitching and moaning about how this is a great disservice done and how this fails the trans youth. And, which trans are we talking about? Yeah, we're talking about to some extent the problem that you have caused, and also other societal issues, and of course not to mention the sheer ideas and the sheer amounts of money that are pumped into these ideas in order to portray them as they are. If you are to look through a skewed lens, but to look at the proportions of how much propaganda is being done on this topic, you start to think insane things like how probably 15 to 20% of the country or a certain age group may be trans, which isn't actually true. Even this article says it. It's about 5,000 people on a waiting list right now, out of a country of about 68 million people. And let's just say here we talk about under 18s. So from that perspective, let's say probably a sixth of 68 million. That's still a really, really, really tiny number. So it's a non-issue essentially. If we are to treat it statistically, it's a non-issue. Now those thousands of kids, proportional to the entire cohort of under 18 people, means not point nothing. It might as well be treated as a statistical error. Going back now to the situation adjacent to the war in Ukraine, here is an interesting article from the BBC. BBC: Macron switches from dove to hawk on Russia's invasion of Ukraine. What came over Emmanuel Macron to turn him from appeaser to warmonger in the matter of Russia and Ukraine? That, crudely put, is the question being asked in chancelleries across Europe as the French president warms to his new role as the continent's resistor-in-chief to Vladimir Putin. Certain countries, the Baltics, Poland, welcome President Macron's apparent conversion to their realistic assessment of the Moscow threat. Others, notably Chancellor Olaf Scholz's Germany, are aghast at this newfound va-t-en-guerre, that will be gung-ho French spirit. All are confused and uncertain. How genuine is the new Macron line? In his recent refusal to rule out sending troops to Ukraine, just another of his surprises, testimony to his insatiable need to cut a diplomatic dash? And how much of this new positioning is purely politics? European elections are approaching, and the hard right of Marine Le Pen and Jordan Bardella looks set to trounce the Macronites. So is Emmanuel Macron using Ukraine to create a fault line between his side and the opposition, setting a contrast between his own lucid belligerence and Ms. Le Pen's turbid complicity with Moscow in the past? In a live interview on French television on Thursday evening, the president implicitly acknowledged that these critical questions were being asked. But in true Macron fashion, he set out not to mollify, but to assert. Far from muting his newfound alarmism, he explained it. Not remotely embarrassed about his conversion from dove to hawk, the president's view was that one inevitably had to precede the other. Only after all efforts to reach out to an adversary have been exhausted, he argued, it is possible to say conclusively that that adversary is beyond the pale. Furthermore, the second part of his self-justification, he argued that the Russians have now pushed their aggression to a whole new level. The Kremlin, he said, had in recent months got noticeably harder line, placing the Russian economy on a permanent war footing, stepping up repression of internal opposition, escalating cyber attacks on France and other countries. With Ukraine looking increasingly beleaguered and the United States no longer dependable as an ally, Europe was entering a new world. He said, a world where what we thought was unthinkable actually happens. This is why, according to the new Macron doctrine, France and Europe needed to be preparing a sursaut, a mental leap out of the cozy certainties of the dying era into the harsh realities of a new one. In deliberately Churchillian tones, he believes that in order to keep the peace, Europe needs to be ready for war. As always with Emmanuel Macron, the logic is impeccable, the arguments unbreakable. But as always with Emmanuel Macron, there is also the question. He may convince, but can he persuade? Because the French head of state's abiding difficulty is not, obviously, lack of brain power, but the ability to convert that brilliance into a different talent, leadership, a capacity for getting others to follow. And on this issue, it is far from clear that the others will fall in line. The most glaring sign is the rift that separates the French leader from the man who is supposed to be his closest ally in Europe, Germany's Olaf Scholz. In traditional Franco-German style, both sides are now publicly patching up and putting on the mandatory common front, hence the Macron visit to Berlin on Friday. But no amount of man-hugs can conceal the fundamental discord. France accusing Germany of foot-dragging on help for Ukraine, and willful blindness in clinging to the permanence of the US security umbrella. Germany accusing France of reckless belligerence, hypocrisy, in brackets, its arm deliveries are in fact way behind Germany's, and Macronic grandstanding. But domestically too, support for Emmanuel Macron on Ukraine is softer than he likes to think. Polls show that a big majority, about 68%, oppose his line on sending Western troops. More generally, while most people are clearly opposed to Russia, the IFOP polling company reports a progressive erosion of support for the Ukrainian cause. And if there is indeed an electoral subtext to his new hardline on Moscow, intended to expose the far right's ambiguities, then it does not seem to be working. Opinion surveys show support for Le Pen's national rally only strengthening. In transforming into Europe's leading anti-appeaser, President Macron is once again staking out new ground. He is taking the lead and pushing Europeans to think hard about their security and about the sacrifices that may soon become necessary. All this is no doubt welcome. His difficulty is that too many people react badly to him. They resent his self-belief and feel he too readily confuses what is right for Europe and the world with what is actually just right for France or himself. That is quite a good point to make, while I would err on the side that he's actually sincere, that he actually has exhausted all options. Evidence of that is pretty clear from the very beginning of the war. There are public records showing how many hours Macron spent for quite a lengthy few months trying to talk Vladimir Putin into somehow not just stopping, but at least trying to die down the whole situation with the invasion, and for quite a while that exactly didn't happen. Mostly because as logical and as impeccable as Macron tries to look like, he most likely forgot in that conversation the fact that he's still talking with a former KGB spy and a pretty competent one. Because if you're not competent in espionage, you don't exactly have quite a long life, especially at that level. And so he and so yeah, I could kind of believe him that he's exhausted all options, and when he not only managed to see how Russia began reacting more and more hostile, but to other countries, but more and more hostile towards his own country as well. But it's also a possibility that that is maybe too little, too late. It's not as if there weren't any people back then at the beginning who told him that you can't exactly negotiate or appease a madman. But he didn't listen. He still did things his own way. While it is appreciated that he came around and started actually supporting the war effort. It kind of is a bit too late, from the context of the Euro elections. He's most likely not going to be capable to win much, and to also pit again this absolute bullshit about how Rassemblement National being some sort of Moscow puppet. That's already another lie that keeps on getting perpetuated, because it really isn't like that. But when it comes to overseas interventionism, and especially overseas interventionism when it doesn't concern countries directly affiliated to France in one way or another, or tied to France in one way or another, I'm not sure how much he can manage to actually do. Which is, this is the reality, and there are also some other clinches when we have to discuss about this. It's not just the unpopularity and the constant, yes, erosion of support for Ukraine, because there's been way too much propaganda done on it, and too much bad propaganda done on this topic. One best example, and this is absolutely uniform. Doesn't matter what country we talk about, how hyped up the sanctions were, without anybody explaining that that's the sanctions, while they do cause damage, they can take a few years for said damage to actually become obvious. It's by no means instant. Doesn't even take a few months. Doesn't even take a year. Doesn't even take two. It takes several years in order to squeeze the opponent through non-military measures. But that's something that the population hasn't been explained. And not only they were not explained that, but as I said, with the constant hype up that we will be sanctioning this and that, we will be chasing the clandestine Russian interests everywhere. We'll be blocking God knows what. Okay, measures are good, but you kind of oversold them to the people. And when you oversold them, and the situation, while at some point on the ground in Ukraine looked to be better, and at one point it was better, now it's either stagnating or slightly failing. Of course, that the people would begin posing the question, but we've done so much. The government and the media told us that we've done so much. How does it happen that it doesn't appear to be actually affecting the Russians as much? Well, it is affecting them, but not in the but nowhere to the level of the expectations that were built upon those sanctions, and that's the issue. S- Same thing with same thing with these things. I'm not exactly sure what exactly has he trying to gain with talking about sending French troops in Ukraine. While that has indeed happened at some point in history, back in 1917, there used to be hundreds of French troops in Odessa back when all the Ukrainian wars of independence were happening, where essentially everybody was fighting everybody. It was a complete clusterfuck. I've mentioned at least the big points of it in the Putin Tucker interview, specifically related to the history of Ukraine in that moment. But yeah, I wouldn't exactly blame the French population for reacting like this because yeah, this point still remains true. In any country that sends troops into the Ukraine they cannot invoke Article 5 of NATO. So if France will send troops into Ukraine for whatever reason or no reason, they can't rely outright on external support because NATO the way it's made it's a defensive alliance and Ukraine is not part of NATO. But also deployments outside of NATO territory are done 100% on their own. You can of course start discussing with any nearby allies for some assistance in one way or another unofficially, but not for NATO. And there's also that other aspect which isn't exactly invalid. Mm, if said deployment will actually happen, what exactly are the chances that this situation, this deployment might escalate tensions even higher? And who knows what the madman from Moscow will be doing at that point. Even though the madman from Moscow knows about some Western troops that are in Ukraine, there still aren't that many in order to justify any retaliation to that level, because the intelligence services to some extent still function and they are aware of what other people they are, and they're not under the banner of the foreign legion. They are under the banner. They are under the banner of their own national countries being there. So in such an instance, this is a pretty dangerous game to play, and as I said, I don't blame the French population for being a bit suspicious of this. Also, let me see, there was another point being made here. Yes, when he's mentioning about the new reality. Well, sorry to say, but that reality has always been there, even though it lay dormant for a while, for a few decades. It has been there. It has been there since almost forever. Or said not only since forever, but for the past few hundreds of years. And whether the enemy from the east takes different forms, whether it were the Prussians or whether it were the Russians themselves, take for or whether they are an enemy or an ally, it's still there, and it still exhibits inherent instabilities, and you never know what specifically they are going to do. So this was one of the greatest errors which have been done in history at the level of the entire European continent. And this is also something that at their own national level the Scandinavians are to blame as well. But in particular, at least the countries within continental Europe should have known better about this, considering that the history on this continent has been the way it was. Mm, This saying with "si vis pacem para bellum" um, is an old adage which has consistently proven to be true. Just like how countries these days that possess nuclear weapons are so much less of an attractive target by absolutely anybody to invade. Look, for example, North Korea. Look, for example, Pakistan and India. Why do you think that those two countries don't start having a go at each other for for whatever reason, especially since there are old wounds there? Well, simply because each country possesses sufficient capacity to wipe each other out. Why, for example, Korea still exists? Well, it exists because they still have quite a handful of nuclear weapons, sure, acquired at very high costs, acquired very high costs, both politically and at the population and at the level of the population. but they still have them. This same situation with Ukraine right now. When the USSR collapsed, Ukraine possessed the third largest nuclear arsenal in history. The arsenal which they gave back at the end at the end of the discussions at the Budapest Memorandum. They gave them back to Russia under the guise that the security of Ukraine will be guaranteed both by the Russia and the United States. And you see, several decades ago, what happened? How much did that memorandum was actually worth? The US still supports it, but the Russians actually ended up stabbing them in the back. It's not as if Russia during the entirety of its history hasn't stabbed countries in the back. Ukraine is just a victim of a laundry list of many other victims of the past. But try to do this exercise. Do you really think that the annexation of Crimea or the full-scale invasion of Ukraine would have happened if the Ukrainians would have possessed, let's not say the entirety of the nukes that they had, but quite a few there, quite a few tens? Do you think that Putin, even as mad as he was, would have risked to be bombed into oblivion if the Ukrainians would have possessed at least a tiny part of their inherited arsenal? They definitely haven't. And this is a point which I made in the SOFA report, which I used to do with Lucian, exactly when even the beginning of the invasion took us by surprise, as we didn't expect Putin to be that stupid. That's a point that I've made. In this current scenario, it shows how important the possession of nuclear weapons is, how how big the deterrent factor the possession of nuclear weapons is. And I've given the perfect example of North Korea. If the Ukrainians would have had a few nuclear weapons, the Russians would not have risked what they've done in 2022. And that's all I can say with pretty high reliability. I'm not saying that it would have been impossible, but with high reliability, they would not have tried the shenanigans that he did. And so we don't even know what's going to happen in the next few years. From the inside, the Ukrainian partisans within Russia are doing the best that they can in order to strangle the Russia at an economical and from a logistical point of view, especially with the recent bombings of refineries. But Russia is a kind of a damn big place, and not everybody knows how much exactly the Russians have in hiding in that vast expanse which is their country, and who knows what other things they have hidden from the eyes of anybody else, and who knows what other surprises they may be capable of preparing. We don't know that. We don't know that, but it's also a very risky gamble. I can understand from some point of view, as adamant as I may be to to at least guarantee some success on the ground front in Ukraine. I'm also conscious of what other consequences adjacent consequences that may happen as a result of a direct involvement of a national army of a NATO country may have if deployed at a larger scale in Ukraine proper. So that's the situation. But speaking of NATO and, as I said, former allies stabbed in the back, Kyiv independent. NATO chief visits Armenia amid growing tensions with Russia. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg visited Armenia for the first time during his 10 years in office and discussed the situation in the South Caucasus with the country's leadership, NATO's press service announced on the 19th of March. Traditionally aligned with Russia in its regional conflict against Azerbaijan, Armenia has experienced heightened tensions with Russia after Russian peacekeepers did nothing to prevent Azerbaijan's September 2023 offensive in Nagorno-Karabakh. On the last day of his tour of the South Caucasus, Stoltenberg traveled to Yerevan to meet Armenia's President Vahan Khachaturian and Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan, according to a press release published on NATO's website. As part of the Tri-Nation tour, Stoltenberg previously visited Georgia and Azerbaijan. We support your sovereignty and territorial integrity, and we support your efforts to strengthen your democracy and achieve full Euro-Atlantic integration, he told Georgian leaders on March the 17th. Stoltenberg praised Armenia for being a long-standing partner of NATO and welcomed the country's contribution to the alliance's missions and operations, including increased troops in the NATO-led international peacekeeping mission in Kosovo. Stoltenberg and Pashinyan discussed the importance of stability in the South Caucasus, with the NATO chief urging Armenia and Azerbaijan to reach an agreement to pave the way for the normalization of relations and a durable peace. This matters for Euro-Atlantic security as we face a more dangerous world, he said at a joint press conference with Pashinyan. NATO supports Armenia's sovereignty and territorial integrity and your peaceful aspirations. Pashinyan said on the 12th of March that Armenia would leave the Russian-led Collective Security Treaty Organization if the military alliance fails to address Armenia's collective security concerns. Armenia had previously frozen its participation in the CSTO. At the press conference, Stoltenberg also mentioned Russia's war against Ukraine, welcomed Armenia's solidarity with Kyiv, and urged other partners to increase their support for Ukraine. If Russian President Vladimir Putin succeeds in Ukraine, there is a real risk that this aggression would not stop here, and other authoritarian actors will be emboldened. Stoltenberg and Pashinyan also discussed the progress of Armenia's domestic reforms, including anti-corruption efforts, and commitments to strengthen the country's democratic institutions and uphold the rule of law. Since coming to power in the 2018 revolution, Pashinyan's government has steadily deepened the country's ties with the West while drawing condemnation from Russia. In recent months, Armenia has further sought to distance itself from Russia, repeatedly accusing Moscow of being an unreliable partner. Armenia's Foreign Minister Ararat Mirzoyan revealed earlier in March that the country is considering applying for membership in the European Union, amid to strengthening ties with the West. In January 2024, Armenia joined the International Criminal Court, becoming one of the 124 countries obliged to arrest Putin if he steps foot in national territory. The Kremlin decried the move as an unfriendly step and in the wrong direction. Well, look at this capability of the Russians projecting their absolute lunacies. You're saying that Armenia joined the International Criminal Court is an unfriendly step and one in the wrong direction. But at the same time, when the Nagorno-Karabakh war was going on and Armenia asked for your assistance in order to stabilize the area and to not let the Azeris to take control of that area completely, what exactly did you do? You sent quite a few troops there, but those troops did absolutely nothing. You gave them stand-down orders and you just let things roll on as they did. And then you have the goal to blame Armenia for distancing itself from you. When Armenians going back to the previous podcast when I mentioned the territorial shenanigans that the Russian Empire and the Soviet Union and the Russian Federation played over the course of over a century when it came to disseminating discord and creating intentional instability in several countries. That was related to the discussion with Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan and their border with the Ferghana Valley. So Armenians aren't stupid, and they do not forget that when the USSR drew the lines of the country for the Azeri SSR, they did that intentionally from one perspective to keep the Azeris quiet in the future if they were to ever rebel against the USSR, but at the same time to also create the common discord, which ended up leading to two wars tied to that region up until very recently between Armenia and Azerbaijan altogether. And at the level of Armenian politics, the reason why they ended up giving up on Nagorno-Karabakh and moved They moved all the people, all the Armenians from there into Armenia proper was because they simply got tired of it. And we got tired of it, and they saw both sides of that conflict saw that there is no solution to this conflict. It's just going to continue on and on. And the worst part of it was that it wasn't just that it was been decades long bickering over that specific Armenian enclave. But it was also now with the Armenians naively believing that Russian troops, part of CSTO, would actually help you stabilize the area, and they actually ended up doing nothing. They kind of saw the writing on the wall that that situation wasn't going to be ever resolved, so something had to give. Something had to give because the Armenians weren't just losing uh, weren't just losing the war in itself. Being Armenians being far less well equipped compared to the Azeris. The Azeris during the first war did have a few fuck ups because they were untrained on the military assets that they purchased. But during the second war, that was no longer the case. So they were much better equipped, they were much more numerous, and they were much more efficient as a result of that. So in the end, both countries were also losing economically because of that regional bickering on the topic of Nagorno-Karabakh. And with everybody's border and with the reciprocal borders shut, that also led to neither of the countries having any trade between each other. And while it hurt a lot less for Azerbaijan to not trade with Armenia, it hurt a lot for Armenia to not be capable of trading through Azerbaijan with other countries, especially with Turkey. Especially Turkey, which is quite a big economical powerhouse in that area. Also Iran as well to some extent. So when you're locked between a rock and a hard place, at least Mirzayan and Pashinyan had enough presence in order to just conclude that whatever had to give, they had to come from them in order to put a stop to this and to see and to pursue well mutual benefits, especially from an economic point of view, and also from a security point of view, looking at the most recent backstab that they received from Russia. While the Azeris already hated Russians with a passion because when Azerbaijan got integrated into the entirety of the USSR, where do you think most of the oil drilling technology and especially the oil platform extraction methods in the sea came from? They came from Azerbaijan. They were the ones who is essentially back in that time. There were about three countries which were top of the technology when it came to oil extraction. You had the Azeris, you had the Americans, and then you had the Romanians. The Romanians had one of the most sophisticated refining technologies for that era, and some of the biggest ones. Then you had the Americans, which because the way the country is, also had a vast petroleum extracting industry, vast refining industry, but also vast technological development industry tied around oil. And in the case of Azerbaijan, since a great part of their oil reserves were in the Caspian, they had to develop their own technology, their own required technologies in order to drill for that oil in the sea. Something that the Russians did not have. And with these three countries more or less collaborating each other and sharing the knowledge and the technologies, the Russians had quite a big bonus, which assisted them avoiding a complete economical collapse into not being capable of extracting their oil reserves, especially since quite a lot of the oil reserves are locked either in the Arctic, which presents its own unique challenges in extracting, even if you use oil platforms, or they are deep in the deep in Siberia or in the tundra, where temperatures are definitely not friendly with you. But the technology that they got from Azerbaijan was put them at a comparable competitive advantage once they solve the issues with extracting in that hostile environment. So that so the common hatred towards Russia and the common backstabs that both received thanks to Russia, Armenia on top of that being a country that borders Georgia, and Georgia being also split in three thanks to the other separatist enclaves of South Ossetia and Abkhazia, the security aspect becomes even more paramount for any reliable future, especially since Azerbaijan in itself has its own goals of supplying cheap energy. Relating to what I discussed in the first article of this podcast, export cheap energy for continental Europe. Also Armenia trying to prop up their own exports into Europe, but also being in a much safer environment. Georgia is also trying to observe that as much as possible. But getting back to this article, 2 years ago when the two, well, 2 years ago, 3 years ago when the war in Nagorno-Karabakh began again, a visit, such a visit, and such statements mm, related to trying to join the EU and trying to join NATO, but most importantly trying to join NATO, they were unthinkable back then. It shows how much it shows how much things have progressed since then, and it's absolutely amazing to see such things happening. To some extent, it's a good thing. As the adage goes, you, you keep the Americans in, the Russians out, and well, the Germans down. But the Germans are doing a great job keeping themselves down in these days and in the past 2 years. Moving on now to Asia, but tied to something that happened in the US. South China Morning Post. US House vote on TikTok ban suggests a broader prism than just pro or anti-China. The latest efforts to restrict the popular video sharing app faces its next battle in the Senate, where supporters appear mixed and the vote has not been scheduled. Just because the Congress is failing all over itself for members to demonstrate how hawkish they are on China, that doesn't mean compromising the First Amendment. When TikTokers flooded the US congressional offices with calls urging the representatives to vote against banning their beloved app, many were met with a mixture of indifference and polite clarifications that Congress was only trying to force a sale, not impose a ban. But behind the scenes, much of Capitol Hill was furious. What TikTok said was straight up disinformation, said a congressional staffer. On the 6th of March, a day after the House of Representatives introduced a bill that would ban TikTok's operation in the US if its Chinese-based parent company ByteDance didn't divest in about 6 months, TikTok sent a notification to its US users asking them to speak up to prevent a total ban. The bill's sponsor, Representative Mike Gallagher, a Republican from Wisconsin and chair of the House Select Committee on China, framed TikTok's actions as a campaign to manipulate and mobilize American citizens on behalf of the Chinese Communist Party. Before the vote on the House floor, scheduled a mere 8 days later, Representative Kathy McMorris Rogers, a Republican from Washington, accused the company of forcing teenagers to call the representatives. The lawmaker's depiction of a top-down influence campaign by TikTok infuriated the platform's users, many of whom made videos speaking about the positive impact the app has had on their education, mental health, community building, and small business ventures. I just called them off my own accord, small business owner Ben Stanley said angrily in a video, noting that if he never even saw the notification. Stanley shared a recording of his call to his congresswoman, Mary Miller of Illinois, in which he vowed to spend the next 2 weeks actively campaigning against her and her party if she voted for the bill. There are signs that their efforts might be paying off. In subsequent days, a growing contingent of lawmakers made it clear that they would vote against the bill. Last Wednesday, on the House floor, 50 Democrats and 15 Republicans across the political spectrum voted nay. While still a minority compared to the 352 who voted for the bill, the diverse crew of dissenters suggests that TikTok could not be simply captured by a pro versus anti-China framework as its critics desire. The scale of the dissent against efforts to restrict the popular platform, much more visible than in previous years when the app faced similar pressures, also portends increased difficulties for the anti-TikTok movement should it persist. The latest effort to restrict TikTok faces its next battle in the Senate, where support appears mixed and the vote has not yet been scheduled. Founded in 2012, TikTok's owner ByteDance is privately held and headquartered in Beijing. TikTok said last year that about 60% of ByteDance is owned by global institutional investors like General Atlantic, 20% is owned by ByteDance employees, and the final 20% is owned by the company's founder. ByteDance, based in China, has caused concern that US data could be subject to Chinese government control, though TikTok has repeatedly denied ever sending data to Beijing or being asked to do so. Lawmakers are also worried about the potential for TikTok to manipulate its algorithm to influence users towards Beijing's narratives. Though they have not presented evidence for this concern, it is one that has grown since the Israel-Gaza war when pro-Palestinian messaging spread on the app. Critics of efforts to ban the app, which once included only a handful of libertarian and progressive lawmakers like Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky and Representative Jamal Bowman of New York, note that the threats posed by TikTok are hypothetical rather than demonstrated. It is largely a potential threat, said Representative Jim Holmes of Connecticut, the lead Democrat on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, who voted against Gallagher's bills last week. In an interview with CNN, Himes said he cared about constitutional protections for free speech, citing a decision by a Montana court to block a ban of TikTok in the state. Just because the Congress is failing all over itself for each member to demonstrate how hawkish they are on China, that doesn't mean compromising the Bill of Rights, the First Amendment, Himes said. At least 4 House lawmakers from both sides of the aisle said that the closed-door briefings on the matter did not convince them that the threat was substantial enough to sacrifice fundamental freedoms. Protecting free speech was cited by 33 House members as a reason for not supporting Gallagher's bill, with a handful of them cautioning against emulating China's censorship system. In justifying his nay vote on the House floor, Representative Robert Garcia, a Democrat from California, an editor, cited free speech groups like the American Civil Liberties Union, okay, which have consistently argued against banning TikTok ever since then President Donald Trump tried to curb the app's influence in 2020. Garcia, along with other progressive legislators, is also an advocate for the app's educational, economic, and community building aspects. As an openly gay person, it's a place where I get so much gay information, where gay creators come to share views. Nice argument, bro. Any ban on TikTok will cause huge harm to our national economy, he added, noting that some business owners rely solely on the app. Okay, so. Gallagher's bill, formerly called the Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary Controlled Applications Act, establishes a process for the president to designate apps controlled by foreign adversary countries to face restrictions on operations in the US, but singles out TikTok and ByteDance for immediate action. In opposing Gallagher's bill, at least 26 Democratic representatives pushed for comprehensive privacy legislation to address data security concerns, rather than targeting a single app or company. Echoing TikTok users, legislators noted that even if TikTok were banned, China could buy American user data from other apps, including US-based Facebook and Instagram. Meanwhile, House Republicans were quick to emphasize that the vote against Gallagher's bill was not an endorsement of Beijing, with 8 of them citing concerns about overly broad expansion of government power. It's the libertarian in me, said Representative Nancy Mace, a Republican from South Carolina. As the most vocal antagonist to a TikTok ban in the Senate, Rand Paul has spoken consistently against giving unprecedented authority to President Biden and the surveillance state. In 2023, Paul blocked an effort by Senator Josh Hawley, a Missouri Republican, to fast-track a TikTok ban bill through the Senate, and pledged last week to stop such attempts for Gallagher's bill in the chamber. Few Republicans appeared to have been swayed, another hidden editor, by the challenge of Hart by Trump, who came out against banning TikTok 2 weeks ago after meeting with ByteDance investor Jeff Yass. In a contrast to President Joe Biden, who said he would sign Gallagher's bill if it passed both congressional chambers, Trump said the ban would only empower TikTok's competitor Facebook, arguing that banning TikTok would open a Pandora's box to speech restrictions. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, a Republican from Georgia, said she made her decision independently without consulting Trump. Supporting Trump doesn't mean we're all robots, she said. Only two Republicans mentioned Trump explicitly when explaining their no votes, with one citing the need to protect Trump-founded social media platform Truth Social from claims of foreign influence. 20 lawmakers, including Representative Gregory Meeks, a New York Democrat and ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, noted the rushed nature of the bill as a reason to not support it. Meeks, as with some other members of the House Democratic leadership, urged Congress to focus on more pressing issues such as funding for Ukraine. Several lawmakers, including Meeks, also pointed to the difficulty of achieving the divestiture offered, an analysis that experts agree with. Divestiture would be difficult given any time frame, but likely almost impossible in 6 months, said Caitlin Chin Rothman of the Center for Strategic and International Studies, a Washington-based think tank. TikTok is significantly larger than it was in 2020 when Trump first ordered the sale, and it is larger than Twitter was in 2022 when Elon Musk purchased it. Any buyer will need to have a significant amount of resources as well as a high level of risk tolerance. When Trump was trying to ban TikTok in 2020, the app had about 50 million users in the US. That number has grown to 170 million in 2024, according to TikTok. Chin Rothman said other complicating factors included potential antitrust scrutiny due to the size of the acquisition. The Chinese government could also block the transaction under export control laws, implementing a mitigation strategy in 2022 called Project Texas, and entered into now stalled negotiations with the Committee for Foreign Investment in the United States. Project Texas would cede authority over TikTok's American operations to a three-person board selected by CFI US. That board will run a subsidiary called US Data Security, which will handle all of the app's critical functions in the United States, including user data, engineering, security, and content moderation. But while TikTok's efforts to address security concerns are something the TikTok users have picked up on, they have had little sway over lawmakers. Many members of Congress have already made up their minds about TikTok or see it as an easy messaging opportunity during an election year. There's probably little that TikTok can say to change their minds, Chin Rothman said. Still, some House members and senators have expressed openness to meeting with TikTok. Indeed, some met with TikTok CEO Chu Shu-zi last week. But for Representative Maxwell Frost, a Democrat and the youngest member of Congress at age 27, hearing from his Florida constituents was enough for him to vote no. Oh, hell no. For the majority of lawmakers, however, constituent engagement was one of many factors, or did not factor in much at all in their stance. A staffer for a Democratic lawmaker who voted nay said the lawmaker's decision was informed mostly by how important TikTok had become for small business owners and believing that there were less restrictive means than banning an app. The staffer noted that the lawmaker did not receive a significant number of constituent calls. Regardless of the political winds, most TikTok users remained firm against the ban. Many took to the app to express skepticism it was truly about the threat from China, alleging that the anti-TikTok movement has been bought by big tech and other forces. It's all about control, said one user with more than 12,000 followers. They just want to control us and to control where we get our information. Others expressed doubt about TikTok's Chinese government ties and manipulation of information. A day before the vote, dozens came to Washington from across the country to push against a potential ban. Flanked by a small contingent of lawmakers, J.T. Laybourne of Farmington, Utah, spoke of his frustration at some members of Congress for dismissing the app as something for dumb TikTok dances. It's changed our lives, he said, highlighting how it helped him and his wife garner support when he went through open heart surgery. So when I hear these elected officials literally mock and make fun of TikTok and its creators, I'm disgusted. Phew, boy. This is a complete shit show with, with really poor argumentation on both sides of the aisle. Starting from the very end with this one, with this lawmaker from Utah, using anecdotal evidence. Well, TikTok actually helped me when I went for open heart surgery, and people on this Chinese platform has shown to be very supportive of me when I was going through surgery, and also my wife appreciated it very, very much. The I am astonished that you, as a lawmaker, can have the goal to make anecdotal articles and to act like well, like an overgrown child emotionally, especially by saying that oh, I'm disgusted that people can actually think that TikTok is some app which acts as pretty much the propaganda arm and yes, and the opinion manipulation arm of the CCP. And to continue on with how lunatic the arguments for TikTok are, this guy who says that well, I assume it's one guy. It says here one user with 12,000 followers, saying that they just want to control us and control where we get our information. Well, isn't TikTok doing exactly the same thing? You- I kid you not. It's absolutely amazing to see just from a psychological point of view how successful TikTok has been in order to brainwash these people. It's absolutely amazing to see this. How else do you think that that the support has been rallied in order for so many people? Some of them went to the capital. A lot contacted their local Congress members. And everybody went on this single topic. And it's absolutely funny to see, and then and then the same people would argue that what else would it be like? The same people are the ones that well the app helped me, dude. If you ended up reaching this level of emotional investment and also time investment into an app where in the rest of the world functions fundamentally different compared to how the Chinese version of TikTok, Douyin, functions in China. And this it's not like this is secret knowledge. It's not like absolutely nobody talked about it. It's not like it's the first time you hear it from me or from others. This is something that has been known for a few years since TikTok slash Douyin had become popular. How does it happen that again, and I'll say this as many times as is necessary in order to send this point across, related to how different the algorithms and these apps function, whether we talk about the Chinese app and the one for the rest of the world. How does it happen that in China the algorithm pushes for young people, for example, things like educational DIY material, or or the approach several interesting subjects like engineering or science or medical research or stuff like that. While on the other side, for the rest of the world, TikTok pushes some of the most idiotic things possible. The most recent and the most flagrant one has been the pro-Palestinian messaging after the 7th of October. And this is something that's very obvious. So why do you think, for example, and I've seen this personally in the UK, but this is also something that plenty of Americans have seen in their own country as well. The pro-Palestinian protests have been much larger and much more numerous than as both as a number, but also as participation compared to pro-Israel ones. One of the good reasons why is because the TikTok algorithm made it in such a way. Then you don't need to have a master's in computer science to understand how an algorithm on social media functions when it comes to doing such things. It's also modified internally, and nobody from the outside knows how it's modified internally, but it's obvious that it's modified internally, and you get to things like this. How does it happen, for example, that all sorts of Also apart from the very recent things, all sorts of criminal ideas were popularized on TikTok. One good example is how to hack cars that have wireless keys. Just look into the past few weeks. I'm not saying something that happened in prehistory. Look into the past few weeks. Uh, how many cars with wireless keys were stolen from properties because people learned from TikTok how to do it, how to do it and what they need to. And there are many other things that I was mentioning. Another one which was brought to my attention by some dude who is currently popular on Twitch, but also popular on YouTube Shorts as well. His channel is Pirate Software. He used to work. He used to work. He still works in one way, shape, or form in cybersecurity. And he also brought into attention something that also happened in the last few days about how regarding Amazon Ring cameras. If you see a certain color on the Amazon Ring camera, that color shows whether you are whether inside the house or outside the house, and so what thieves usually do is that they will look at what the color of that Amazon ring light would be. So you'll essentially, well, some pun intended, figuratively get the green light in order to break into people's houses and start stealing shit from it, because you know that not everybody's gonna be there. And in some jurisdictions, your Amazon Ring camera, especially if you have your face covered, and there is absolutely nothing, no visual evidence to backtrack that maybe you or some other guy burgled your house. That's not admissible in court. You see I'm pretty sure that there are also a lot of other things that are very wrong in China. But I assume that in China, although you don't see how to exploit, for example, so use the same example again as in North America. I'm pretty sure that in TikTok you'll be very difficult, if not impossible, to find a guide on how to wirelessly hack cars in order to steal them and to turn them on remotely. Pretty sure that doesn't happen, and China has a lot more cars which have wireless keys and remote start as a function. Yeah, as well as you don't see other criminal things being pushed forward into the knowledge of the large user base which uses it. This also this also tends to say another thing which I've been mentioning several times in this podcast in the past. But before continuing, small break. This also shows again the dependence on technology, but mostly the unconscious dependence on technology. While yes, some people have found a niche into having some sort of business tied in some one way, shape, or form to TikTok. But here I'm not discussing about this. Here I'm discussing the dependence. So when an app urges you through messages sent on it to contact your congressman and to also lie outright that apparently the Congress is trying to ban TikTok and it's your responsibility to contact your local Congress member in order to tell them why this would be a bad idea and how to advocate against it and how to sway their vote. The this goes beyond insanity. It goes beyond insanity to be unconsciously so dependent on a single app and to be so emotionally charged on a single app. When we also have to compare the circumstances, how many Western apps have been banned in China? And nobody made an argument back then about how China is is attacking free speech and how China is acting against the interests of free trade and free flow of information. Up to this day, since ever since what was it, 2012 or 2014, Facebook is banned, Instagram is banned, Google altogether is banned from operating inside China. And I'll make this argument again, as I made it in the previous podcast. I understand that yeah, that yes, you may argue that this may be an attack against the First Amendment and the principle of free speech, but at the same time, when it comes to countries that don't play with the same rules agreed upon by everybody else, the, it's also dumb to uphold this principle when the other is definitely not doing it from his own part. The Chinese have already banned so many other Western apps, especially the apps of US tech companies. I don't remember seeing protests neither within or outside of China as to how this impacts the people's capability of communication and connection and free speech and other things. But this time, when it happens to a Chinese app, and the Chinese app were even in theory its own privately, but in reality, just as I said, past a certain level in China, as a private company, you're not realistically private. You may have private ownership, but you get things dictated down to you from one member or several members in the CCP, and the involvement of the CCP only grows more the bigger your company is. And be sure that ByteDance is a company that is controlled by the CCP in any way, shape, or form. So why don't we discuss about this? I'm pretty sure that yes, even if the US tech companies also have their own insidious interests, and we've seen them pretty clearly over the course of so many years, both when it comes to swaying the elections, interfering with elections, trying to suppress several messages, going outright into censorship territory, trying to exploit other US laws in order to absolve themselves of any responsibility of what's actually published on the things that are published on the platform. Sometimes outright illegal stuff published on their platform. Say for example, child pornography and Facebook. They're exploiting that law with whether you are a platform or a publisher, and with these social media companies being platforms, they can't be held legally liable for the content that is on their website, on their social media platform. Nobody exactly is particularly upset about that, but at least those companies are doing it themselves. There is barely, if any, actual government involvement or deep state involvement into trying, for example, to do just like the CCP does. You're not going to have Facebook in the US functioning fundamentally different, like Facebook in the UK or Facebook in the Middle East. You're not going to have such stark differences, and you definitely won't have two separate platforms, just like what happens now with Douyin and TikTok. Who maybe at the surface level they may look the same, the interface is the same, but the functionality behind it it differs completely different. And yeah, the evidence is pretty clear, and again, easily accessible. You just have to want to find it. And there are a lot of other people more knowledgeable than me on this topic that have commented and brought evidence about these stark differences in functionality, and who also made the argument: what exactly is China trying to what exactly is the CCP trying to do and what are their interests with the TikTok app for the rest of the planet? These situations are in no means comparable. And leaving aside the memes with well, I don't prefer my well, I don't for, especially for the people who are pro banning TikTok. Well, I don't like Chinese spyware. I prefer my homegrown US spyware infrastructure. The yeah, okay, that's a funny meme in itself, but it also is part of reality. But this is not a point of discussion. The best thing would be no tech at all. Social media has already proven, and sadly, there will still be a few years up until those studies that have begun years ago will be able to represent whether some reliable findings about how poisonous social media ended up being for the collective mentality of a lot of societies, and why there weren't exactly many people who were talking about this before the pandemic psychosis. During the pandemic psychosis, we've seen this thing very, very clearly, and even if technically the pandemic psychosis is has been over, so pretty much since the war in Ukraine began. That's one thing that I can appreciate Putin for doing. Thanks to Putin starting the war, the pandemic was essentially over as a propaganda operation, or put a stop to it really quickly. The point still stands. Now we got rid of the pandemic, but we remain with the psychosis. And what do I mean by that? Just look all around you. How many people are glued to their screens? How many people go to places in theory to socialize, like cafes or restaurants and other things like that? But instead of talking, they stay on their phones. Well, sure, you used to see those sort of people even before the pandemic psychosis, but nowhere to the level where you see them right now. And in a really ironic twist of events, mm, both sexes, both men and women, are reporting, and any person with open eyes can see this, that they've been increasingly getting lonelier and lonelier. But at the same time, nothing is not exactly much is done from that perspective either. So yeah, you complain that you're lonely, but at the same time you don't do anything, or you don't do much to fix that loneliness aspect. And even if you were to do, there's also that other part which yes results in significant disappointment, that you try to reach out to people, but those people themselves, due to their sustained loneliness, also end up suffering inevitably of things like social anxiety, and their minds start going into places like, well, why is this person talking to me? Have I done something in particular so that he talks to me? What if he's looking for what if he's looking for something? What if he has an ulterior motive when when that person is just simply a stranger, and the vast majority of people don't exactly want to do you so want to do something to you. Come on, uh, this is not something that has been unheard of in the past. One great example, that every Eastern European who lived at some point in a time where there was rationing happened. Mm, all sorts of random people, or more or less random people, or strangers, would sit at the kilometer-long queues in order to get their food rations, or in order to try their best to see if they can get something which is not ration, but in very short supply. And out of sheer boredom of sitting in that queue and in that cold weather, you would inevitably try to shoot the shit, and make the time go away a bit faster by striking conversations with all sorts of people which were staying in that queue. Doesn't matter if you knew them or not. There was a time also in recent history, so that would be even in the past in the past 10, 15, 20 years, where you didn't exactly have to schedule a meeting to go visit somebody at their place. But surely you couldn't exactly go and meet complete strangers by yourself either, because I will also, yes, look down upon. But if you knew good friends or reliable acquaintances or other sort of people like that, there was absolutely no issue if you knew their schedule and if you know that they were home to just simply go to their place, knock at their door, and generally, in most cases, you'll be invited in to have a chat and other things like that. Those things, if you were to explain them to even the Zoomers today, and let's not even talk about the upcoming Generation Alpha, you'll be just like you'll be talking to them like you would be describing science fiction. Did those things really exist? Holy shit! Leaving aside that, okay, the partially comical aspect of it, it's really sad, and it's really sad to see overall how far we've devolved into this. I can't even find a proper term for it. I really can't find right now a proper term for it. The mixture of loneliness and crushing loneliness, which also yields its own issues. Speaking here about the incels and the femcels, people who don't exactly have any sort of relationship, whether it is emotional or sexual, or a combination of those two. The for finding people to interact to outside of online yields its own issues and disappointments. It's it's absolutely something that's mind-boggling. Moving on now to, at least from this point of view, I managed to keep the geography right at the end. To Oceania, but related to wokeness in schools. The Sydney Morning Herald. Victimhood culture. King's School head takes aim at wokeness. The headmaster of the King's School has attacked victimhood culture, wokeness, and the brain drain to the state's selective schools in a treatise on educational leadership. Writing in the King's School Institute's journal Leader, school head Tony George suggested wokeness had evolved into the age of victimhood, while later outlining how private school students had become targets for ridicule in contemporary media. Government single-sex schools have seemed to avoid criticism, as have single-sex girls' schools. However, the underlying agenda against the strawman of white privileged males has fueled the creation of the term toxic masculinity and the religious fervor it subsequently generates. The concept of identity abuse, where individuals are misrepresented and objectified for sensationalism, is a disturbing trend with children attending non-government schools being increasingly targeted and ridiculed. His comments come as the culture at private boys' schools has been under the spotlight over the past few years. In 2021, thousands of young women revealed they were sexually assaulted during the school years, often by their male peers at boys' schools. This month, Cranbrook School in Bellevue Hill came under more scrutiny after an ABC Four Corners episode raised allegations relating to a sexual assault at the school and claimed female staff had been treated poorly by senior management. Cranbrook, along with Newington in the Inner West, is set to become co-ed in the current years, while other principals have restated their commitment to single-sex education. George also took aim at media reporting, which he said too often focused on the price of school fees, which topped $50,000 a year at Kambala this year, while failing to delve into other major issues in education. However, instead of acknowledging and celebrating the significant achievement and contribution of independent schools to society, sections of government and the press seem intent on deriding independent boys' schools with any story they can concoct, invariably referencing the kinds of clickbait memes that tantalize mimetic cliches, such as toxic masculinity linked to stories on single-sex schooling or elitism linked to stories on school fees and funding, George wrote. Consider, for example, the tabloid infatuation with the school fees of the top 1% of schools instead of the brain drain affecting more than 90% of New South Wales government schools by their own selective schools. In response to the Herald's questions, George said other states have moved to a more comprehensive assessment of success, focusing on median ATAR, whatever that means. Currently, the Herald and other social media outlets calculate school rankings as a proportion of students at their school scoring in the top band in their subject. One cannot help but think that the Grainer government's commitment to expanding the New South Wales state selective school system was in response to the tabloid's fascination with HSC league tables based on the performance of only the top students, George said. Boys' schools approached by the Herald declined to say how their enrollments were tracking this year. Trinity Grammar School headmaster Tim Bowden said demand was at an all-time high. Parents value what we do at Trinity when it comes to educating their sons, demonstrated by the sacrifices that they make for their sons to attend the school, he said. There is disjunct between negative public commentary about high-fee boys' schools and the demand for it. The indicators are that there's a place for single-sex schools in the Australian educational landscape. Last year, the New South Wales Department of Education commissioned PR firm SEC Newgate to gauge community attitudes towards COVID schooling after floating plans to force Randwick girls and Randwick boys to merge into one co-ed school. It found that 76% of parents of primary school-aged children wanted their child to go to a co-ed high school. An overhaul of catchment areas this year gave thousands of families across the city access to a co-ed high school in the inner west and Sydney's southwest. This yields a bigger discussion on this topic for quite a long time, although for a lot of reasons this is something where a lot of people cannot relate to. For quite a long time, since formal education existed, whether it was in a state manner or in a private manner, there was always this argument towards segregating the schools into boys' schools and girls' schools. And the same arguments even exist to this day. You just have to look at the performance statistics since the main issue and the main well, at least not the main issue but the main things that a lot of interest groups advocated on were the integration of girls into boys' schools. Almost never the other way around, or to reach this compromise into making them co-ed. And there was a lot of resistance, rightfully so, towards such a thing. And that's mainly because the teaching strategies and the education strategies have to differ greatly between how you teach a cohort of girls. Doesn't matter what age or what class we talk about, and how you would form an educational strategy when it comes to boys. So in the inevitable time when all schools became co-ed for whatever reasons, whether we talk about Western Europe trying to make them trying to make them more inclusive to the girls because it's apparently more normal, or whether we talk about the communist side of the Iron Curtain, where they preached equality for everybody. The end result was the same. It worked for a while, up until the moment when the curriculum and the strategies started favoring girls mostly, and so inevitably, little by little, those left the boys behind. And this is a dangerous thing that has been done, and this puts even more increasing pressure on the boys. I understand that for a society to continue in its women, because without women, children wouldn't be born. But in order to maintain the society, you need the boys, you need the men. If just to give a good example of something that happened in recent history as well. In some year, I don't remember where was it, in 2018 or 2019 or in 2017. In the country of Iceland, the vast majority of the female population went on strike for a few days and just simply didn't show up to work, and that included the prime minister. So, but as a result of that, Iceland as a country and as a society and as a live organism of all things working in there, It didn't collapse or anything like that. Garbage was still being taken, electricity was still running, cars were still running, public transport was still running, utilities kept on running. Nothing, there was barely anything obvious to be seen about the entirety of the female population being on strike. That would you couldn't see any difference. However, try to make this exercise of imagination. What if 100% of all Icelandic men would go on strike for let's say just a few days? You would be catastrophic. It would be catastrophic. Some things some things would have been capable of running, but there will be a high possibility that some shit may break, and then that thing breaking will lead to a cascade of other things breaking down the chain, and if that thing would have lasted for a sufficiently long amount of time, might as well not have even discussed about having a society a week or two down the road if all the men decided to do exactly the same thing. So if you actually care about the society progressing, the first best thing that you should stop doing is to quit with this bullshit with toxic masculinity, because both sexes can be toxic in their own way. Men can be toxic in one way, but women can also be toxic at the same time. It's completely dishonest to say that only one side of the sexes can be toxic, and that in itself is really dishonest, and that yields to a lot more dangerous outcomes in the future if you keep on if tabloids or special interest groups, especially the left-leaning interest groups who snorted way too much cultural Marxism, are are trying to do. Because also because while men might be portrayed as being toxic masculinity, but you definitely love it when a man when in about 99.9% of the cases something breaks into your house. The electrician is a man, the plumber is a man, the people that built your house or your apartment block that you live in happen to be the vast majority of times only men. You like these things, but you like these things, right? You like to have running electricity and running water, and in the winter to have heating in the house, don't you? But what if something breaks? Are you going to start suddenly now to learn, especially as a woman, how to DIY? How to DIY something like, for example, a condenser boiler no longer functioning for whatever reason, or if it trips an error code? Are you going to learn suddenly uh, how to do circuit soldering, or how to diagnose a faulty PCB? No, you're not going to do that. You're not going to do that because it's going to take a while, and if you are in the middle of the winter, you kind of need that heating now. You don't need it after a few days or after a week or after a month, when you can reliably uh, try to resolve the issue. That's assuming that you succeed, because you may end up breaking it, and then you will be royally screwed in that moment. Same thing, and the same point applies to the other aforementioned things in social media as well, on YouTube Shorts and also on Facebook Stories and others. More and more, more and more videos of God knows what sort of social media influencers just went on street and started asking women and they just simply posed the question called does society need men? And quite a few have given the answer no, while from the men's side the the responses were overwhelmingly yes, and the argumentations were also pretty sound. And let's just say that, well, it's a possibility that said social media influencers conveniently cut the women that said that yes, we do need men in society. Well, the simple fact that you have Even a small cohort of women saying in public that no society doesn't need men, that's a recipe for disaster. That is a recipe for disaster, and in the West in particular, if things continue to go this way into publicly berating men that they are the way they are, and to dismiss that yes, even men have some issues of their own, and even if there is never the expectation from the men's side to receive the same support from institutions or the state like the women do, well, at least why don't you just leave them the hell alone? Let them grow their own support structures organically. We've managed to do that for such a long time over the course of history. Just, we didn't the men would never ask to receive the same equal treatment in the eyes of the state, just like women do. No, they just simply ask to be left alone. They just ask to be left. They ask to be left alone, but they aren't left alone. But they're in fact vilified and sabotaged constantly in one way or another, depending on what the policy of that state is in that moment. But then men overall will not be able to swallow these things for too long. At some point, the camel's back will break, and when it will break, considering that men occupy all the critical places for a functioning society, but also those that ensure the stability of society. Here I'm referring specifically to something called the military. Do you really want to have an uprising of men, even if it is won by a minority of men on these topics? Sure, you may try to get away with slowly chipping away the in the general independence of men, but at some point you piss way too many off, and they will find a way to coagulate into other communities far away from your eyes as a government. And you've already sown the discord. You shut them into groups where they radicalize in one way or another. Evidence of this is already pretty obvious. While, for example, the men's rights activism has pretty good and solid foundations, and does point out quite a few critical issues. There are some corners of the MRA, but also corners of the red pill where people are just absolutely fucking furious, and almost all of them are men. They're absolutely furious at the situation that they're facing right now. And while okay, some of it may be self-victimizing, but at the same time, when they bring up the arguments, you can't exactly disagree with them. While in well, let's say in the case of Australia, with let's say with schools ending up co-ed, in the end, that's also a decision that still the stakeholders of the school, those being the parents paying those humongous fees per year for their children to go there and to receive the best education the parents can afford for their boys. Uh, when it comes to the rest of the planet, we're already the unless we talk about religious circumstances, for example, Islam. The good example here in the UK, the UK does recognize and advocates for the segregation of boys and men when it comes to Islamic schools or schools which tend to have uh, either exclusively or a great majority Muslim students, or in the worst case scenario, if they cannot segregate schools entirely, they segregate classes entirely. I've been in a school which segregated classes based on based on sex. and I know this pretty well, the damage is already done. You try not to make it worse, otherwise you're not going to like what's going to happen. It, it may be too incredible to think of it now, but it's definitely not an impossibility on a long enough time span if you are to continue, or even worse, accelerate the things that you do now for at some point to piss off sufficiently many people, and for those people to take it to the streets, and to externalize their anger and frustrations against you. Doesn't matter if you're maybe a woman, or if you may be a man, or perceived on the side of one, whether you are a lawmaker, and and the men being also the strongest of those two sexes. It will be you don't exactly need to have some doctorate in physiology or in physical education to understand who may be the winner out of that conflict. But already societies are getting eroded by the things that we have. The ubiquitous dependence on technology, ever increasing dependence on technology, uh, the post-pandemic psychosis, like I mentioned in the article discussed earlier. How far exactly do you want to pull these things? Do you want to get to a level like Japan, where you have where you have those herbivore men that just simply check out of society? That'll be the best case scenario, but let's say that Japanese society functions fundamentally different compared to Western societies. In the Western societies, there may be a few people that will just simply check out society, and try to live on their own land with their own means, and that's it. But on the other side, the vast majority will not go down that way. They will go down the war path, and they will go down the conflict path, and to some extent, can't exactly blame them for thinking like that. Simply because they still prefer to live in a society, but if that said society doesn't want to live with them, just as just as that African proverb says, if you don't, how was it? I'm trying to remember it correctly. The child who is not embraced by his village will later on burn it down in order to feel its warmth. I'm just saying that will be a very good idea to avoid getting to the point where they where where some men all who are also children of society in their own way, just like anybody else is. We all come from mom and dad, to not end up at the part where they will burn the village in order to feel its warmth. And burning the village part will be the easy part. What will follow will be considerably much worse. And there's only wild speculation what may happen after that. Whether it will, depending on the country we discuss, it may end up being a temporary anarchy, or it may end up being so some sort of theocracy, whether it may end up being national socialist. The possibilities are many. The possibilities are many, but while there are many, none of them are good. None of them are good, and the backlash will be pretty painful. So there's that. Moving on now to economic news from Japan, and this will be the last article. Japan Times. Japanese business groups welcome BOJ's first rate hike in 17 years. The Bank of Japan has made the appropriate policy decision at the appropriate time, the head of Japan's biggest business lobby said, welcoming Governor Kazuo Ueda's first move to hike interest rates for the first time in 17 years. I think the BOJ has caught the indications that a virtuous cycle between wages and prices has started. Kindaren chairman Masasaku Tokura told reporters. As widely expected, the BOJ announced on Tuesday that it will end 8 years of negative interest rates and other remnants of its unorthodox policy. But analysts expect it will keep rates stuck around zero for some time as fragile economic recovery forces it to go slow on any further rise in borrowing costs. The central bank's decision was preceded by news of stronger than expected pay rises by companies, raising hopes of higher household spending that will feed into more durable growth in the broader economy. Moderate price increases are favorable for the economy as a whole, and we like the fact that the revision was conducted with the 2% price stability target in sight, Ken Kobayashi, chairman of the Japanese Chamber of Commerce and Industry, said in a statement. With inflation having exceeded the BOJ's 2% target for well over a year, many market players had projected an end to negative interest rates either this month or next. In assigned future rate hikes will be moderate, the BOJ said that financial conditions will remain accommodative for the time being. As businesses and individuals, we will need to gradually prepare for a world with interest rates, Takeshi Ninami, chairman of the business lobby Keizai Doyukai, who also heads brewer Suntory Holdings, said in a statement. Full-fledged growth of the Japanese economy will not be achieved by monetary policy alone, he added, pointing to the need for companies to do more in areas such as improving productivity. This is a larger discussion that needs to be carried out. This article definitely does not say too much, but this is the best article that I could find, well, except for the fact that maybe Nikkei Asia had a better article if their website would have actually functioned. Well, this may be curious to all people. Yes, having negative interest rates is an unorthodox policy for a country like Japan. Japan is not a country like Switzerland, for example, where well, already Switzerland is a small country in itself, but it also features some unique economic circumstances as to why it can afford to have negative interest rates. From one perspective, Switzerland does not care about the deflation of its currency since Switzerland also serves as the financial bastion of a lot of business operations and a lot of savings, for the simple fact that the country hasn't been invaded in quite a long time, and it has not only waged a war plus two world wars happened right at its doorstep, and the country maintained its neutrality. Also due to fiscal policy and to the fact that essentially the Swedish as a country in the way it functions, it also cannot take too many drastic measures when it comes to economic policy. It also has a lot of high added value businesses. Take for example watches and precision technology. They don't exactly care to manipulate economic policy or interest rates in order to somehow benefit the country from an export point of view or from an internal growth point of view. In Japan, the situation is not like that. With Japan being such a much bigger country, but also being an export-focused economy, the reason why the negative interest rates were like that were exactly in order to prevent the deflation of the currency. That's also what generally tends to happen with high value added businesses, and especially high value added businesses focusing mostly on exports. And here everybody knows Toyota, Kawasaki, the Toshiba. Uh, Japan has a lot of businesses who are successful exporters, who are a lot of successful exporters, and by their exports they make a lot of money, and that a lot of money also translates into a lot of money being brought back in to Japan, which is why for quite a long time it was either the second or the third biggest economy on the planet. But with high value added businesses and with a very high and reliable reputation, there are also other issues that appear with that. It's both a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing because by you, Japan, exporting and also getting foreign currency. In order to use that foreign currency, you have to convert it. And to convert that one, you need your own Japanese yen reserves. But when you have a lot of industries exporting and bringing back a lot of foreign currency and in great quantities, and your country is the way it is, the country with its demographic problems kind of doesn't have where to develop upwards. You get to this inevitable problem where the Japanese yen on the financial markets gains in value against other currencies on the globe, but at the same time leading to the deflation in your own country. And while deflation is something that you can say that it is beneficial to the individual because suddenly the money that he's making is beginning to be worth more, it's highly damaging to the exporting businesses, especially again those high added value exporting businesses because their products will invariably end up costing more. They'll end up nominally costing more because yes, while Toyota may be selling cars in the US and people in the US will spend US dollars on them, but all the inputs that Toyota would require in order to build those cars, those would have to be paid in yen. Those will have to be paid in yen. And where do you have to get those yen? Well, you have to get them from the bank. You have to get them from a business bank or directly from the central bank, the Bank of Japan. And of course, with the Japanese yen being worth more, the products themselves will be the prime materials themselves will end up being worth more, but also the workers will end up being worth more and also also costing more. So in the end, the end product that you will be selling to the US will nominally cost more as well, which is not something that you want because and for the simple fact that if you rely on selling to the masses, little changes like these can have catastrophic consequences in the grand scheme of things. When it comes to Switzerland, Switzerland doesn't exactly export to the masses, just like Japan does with its own industries. For the average let's say purchaser of Swiss watches, it doesn't exactly matter for him if say an Audemars Piguet watch costs him $20,000 or $40,000 or $100,000, simply because fundamentally those products are not for the masses. They are only for a handful of people who for whatever reason find those products appealing, whether it is for collectible value, whether they like the mechanical part, or whether they appreciate the craftsmanship or the precision working or other things like that. Not so the case of Japanese industries. The vast majority of them are built are built to sell to the masses, and the stronger yen directly hurts directly hurts them by increasing the nominal value of their exports, meaning that for the end consumer or for the end buyer of those exports, it's going to cost them nominally more, and by costing them nominally more, the little by little, once once your exports end up in a certain price territory, you're not alone in that market. You're competing with others. And to stick with the example in the US, for example, should a certain individual buy a Toyota car instead of buying something built by the Americans, where it's a Ford or a Chrysler or a GM? Sure, while a single individual might say that might say, for example, well, I'm going to buy a Toyota because I know that Toyotas are reliable. Toyotas might not be the most pretty, they might not be the most performing, but at least they are reliable. But that's also a use case scenario. If you want a really good example as to how normally a cheap export can be torpedoed by the economic decisions of a certain country or a certain economic bloc. Take a good example at Mazda cars in Europe, and this is the perfect evidence why an expense why a product that is that is in itself manufactured cheaply, but that doesn't mean manufactured badly or manufactured at a bad quality. If price goes up high enough, it will be uncompetitive because Mazda cars are built exclusively in Japan, at least the models that are exported here in Europe, and Mazda cars are not built in any way, shape, or form within Europe to at least benefit from not having slapped on really high import fees. A Mazda car that, for example, in a properly free market like the Middle East, like the United Arab Emirates, say a Mazda 6 would cost you there the equivalent of 20 or 22,000 euros. The same exact Mazda, if you were to buy it in the EU, would cost you somewhere around 30,000 to 40,000 euros, simply because of that high import fee. That high import fee is also an anti-competitive tax in order to not in order to discourage outside competition against the mostly German car manufacturers. But while Mazda cars are definitely built much more reliably than a lot of German cars, and also have a level of quality in its parts, which the Germans used to have, but they no longer do. Plus, it also has its own appealing features, which the Germans don't have. And but that's also mm, that also depends on the individual buyer. It's the Mazda still can compete. Mazda still can compete from a price point level point of view. Simply because I personally understand why Mazda would be expensive, but when we are to discuss the part with the money, I wouldn't go buy a Mazda because I'll definitely get because I mean because I'll definitely get a better car from the same amount of money, and I don't even have to be right, but if you are to spend 40 if you have to spend 40,000 euros on a car which performance-wise is at the same level as for example a Volkswagen Passat. Or yeah, this is the perfect comparison. A Mazda 6 is pretty much just like a Volkswagen Passat, but while the most expensive Volkswagen Passat may cost you say 30 odd something thousand euros, it's it has a much higher quality and a higher level of performance than an equivalent Mazda 6 would have that would be built in Japan. So that will make for almost any person, even for me, if you were to put me in this scenario, if you were to give me 40,000 euros right now, I'd rather buy a Volkswagen Passat compared to a Mazda, even if the Volkswagen Passat will definitely not prove itself to be as reliable and as reliable and from both a quality but also from a mechanical point of view, especially from a mechanical point of view. But you know what wins the argument? The experience part. It's made that Passat is made of better materials. It looks nicer. It has a more aggressive look, or it has certain things which make it win in against the Mazda 6. And here is the issue: when with Japan mostly selling to free markets, not lunacies like Europe. I'm talking here about products made in Japan. That's why finally, mm, the Bank of Japan not exactly suddenly, but they thought of this, and that's why the negative interest rates are over because they kind of had this experiment with we having negative interest rates in order to prevent in order to prevent the Japanese yen appreciating and hurting the Japanese exports, but at the same time, it's about time. Yes, I'm repeating myself. It's about time for the country to also grow from a consumer point of view. There is space for the country to develop from a consumer point of view, little by little, because relying on purely on exports and doing everything that you can in order to rely on exports is something that still hurts your population in the end. And and if something happens with the exports, take for example the pandemic, or if something happens with the supply chains attached to those export industries, you're screwed. You're screwed as a country, and no matter how much economic wizardry you can employ in your fiscal policy, there's absolutely nothing that you can do to avert the damages caused by something like that. This is about it from the 8th episode of the Victor News Network. There will be a 2 week break from making the podcast, simply because I will be traveling and I also need some time off. A lot of not great things happened in my personal life, and it's about time to take some time off from everything. Well, what can I say? In theory, the next podcast would be filmed on the 10th and published on the 11th, but even that one, I may be able to do 1 or 2 podcasts, but then there will also be another break because I have exams coming up and need to revise for them, need to get some grades in them. Might I remind you please to still like and subscribe, share this video with anybody that you may consider that they may like this sort of content. As usual, this I don't have the expectation of people watching or listening to this from all in one go. If you have your history turned on, you can simply, well, once you had enough of this podcast, you can simply close it, and once you will open it back up again, you will just pick up from where you left it. That's also the reason why each news article has its own timestamps in the description. Well, thank you very much for watching, and see you after 2 weeks. Cheers.